Hello, everyone, and welcome to PlayOnSports.com's presentation of the Georgia High School Association's Class Quad A State Playoffs. Today presented by Mountain Dew. The Cass Colonels in the second round of the Quad A State Playoffs will be hosting the Troup County Tigers. Glad you could join us for this one. We're going to take our first time out of the evening, and we'll be back with some pregame information right after these messages.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, where today the Cass Colonels in the second round of the Georgia High School Association Class Quad A State Playoffs will be hosting the Troup County Tigers. You see that the Colonels are 18-10 on the year. Troup County comes into this playoff series, best of three series, with a 17-11 mark. Cass, the number 2 seed out of Region 7 Quad A, and Troup County is the number 4 seed out of Region 5 Quad A, and that is easily recognized as one of the best regions in the entire state, so not a typical 4 seed that makes its way in here to take on the Colonels today, coming out of one of the best regions in the state. Last Friday, Troup knocked off the number 1 seed from Region 8 Quad A, East Side, with a sweep with scores of 11-7 and 12-2, and the Colonels, meanwhile, were victorious over Columbia by scores of 4-2 and 2-1. The Tigers opened the season with only 1 win in their first 4 games in Region 5 Quad A, but those 3 losses were to playoff teams, Alexander and Carrollton and Columbus. So 3 very tough opponents in their first 4 region games. They rallied to win 9 of their last 10 region contests and avenged all 3 early losses, finished 10-4 in Region 5 Quad A, actually tied for the 3rd position, but lost that in their tiebreaker format. And actually finished only 1 game out of qualifying for a play-in game for the region championship. So, as we mentioned just a moment ago, not a typical number 4 seed rolling into the Cass High School Athletic Complex today to take on the Colonels. A lot of history for the Troup Tigers. They were in the Final Four in Class AAA just 1 year ago. They beat Woodward Academy, Thompson, and Allatoona on their way to the state semifinals, where they lost to region foe Columbus in 3 games in the AAA Final Four just 1 year ago. They've been in the state playoffs every year since 2004. That's 10 straight seasons. They've been in the state playoffs 12 of the last 14 seasons dating back to 2002. And they've been in the state playoffs 24 times dating back to 1958. Now, they have no state titles, but they've been state runner-up twice They've been in the Final Four 2 different times last year, and in 1986 they've been in the state quarterfinals 4 different times: 95, 06, 07, and 08. Already in the Sweet 16 this year, plus in 05 and 2010, and they have 9 region championships dating back to 1958 as well, most recently in 2009. You know the story on the Colonels. They come in here as the number 2 seed from Region 7 Quad A. They lost a tough 3-game series for the 7 Quad A title up in Tunnel Hill against the Northwest Whitfield Bruins, winning the first game 5-1, losing 4-2 in 10 innings, and then losing 7-6 in a very tough Game 3 to finish as runner-up in Region 7 Quad A. The Colonels just missed the playoffs in 2010 and 2011 on tiebreaker formats, where they tied for 3rd one of those years and tied for 4th in another year. The year they tied for 3rd, they actually were the odd team out in a 3-way tie for 3rd and missed the playoffs. Same thing happened the following year when they tied for 4th. They lost in a tiebreaker format that had been predetermined before the season began. So just missing in 2010 and 2011. They were in the Sweet 16 back in 2007, and they made the state playoffs in 2008, losing to Oconee County in the first round in 08. They lost to Dunwoody in the Sweet 16 back in 07. Region titles in 1977 and 1980, so it's been a while since they won a region championship, but back in the state playoffs again, and today looking for a second round victory over the visiting Troup Tigers. These two teams have only one common opponent through the year. Both of these teams played Adairsville, which is just up the road here from Cass. Cass annually plays a couple of games against Adairsville. Cass winning both of those this year by scores of 10-7 and 10-0 in 5 innings. Troup did play Adairsville late in the year, and they did beat the Adairsville Tigers in a 1-0 contest. So that is the only common opponent for these two teams coming into this playoff series. It's a best-of-3 series, doubleheader tonight, and if a third game is necessary, it would be tomorrow night back here at the Cass High School Athletic Complex. We'll take our next time out, and we'll be back with more pregame right after this.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up and away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up and away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Okay, back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, getting ready for Game 1 of a doubleheader tonight between the Cass Colonels, who are out on the field taking their pregame infield, and the Troup Tigers, who will be out on the field here in just a few moments. Our pitchers are just now starting to loosen up and get ready for tonight's Sweet 16 pairing between the Cass Colonels and the Troup Tigers in the Class Quad A state playoffs. We want to take a look at the bracket in Class Quad A now that we are down to the final 16 teams of the year. And you see that on the left side of the bracket, Veterans and Dutchtown will play tonight and tomorrow if needed as well. And the winner of that series will be taking on the winner of this series between Troup and the Cass Colonels. Now, if Veterans wins that series, they are a number 1 seed. They would host. If the Colonels were to win and Dutchtown were to win, that would make Cass the host team in that next round, because higher seeds will host throughout the playoffs. If same seeds have to meet at some point during the brackets, then there is a predetermined home team. But at this point, on the Cass half of that bracket, as you view it there, the only 2 schools that Cass would play from this point forward, where they would have to travel before the finals, that is, would be to Veterans, which is down in Warner Robins, or Columbus, which is, of course, a perennial power in AAA, and has now moved up to Class 4A. So, as you view the bracket there, you see the other pairings: Mary Persons and Locust Grove, Columbus and Redan, which should be a very tough series there between 2 really good baseball programs. Crisp County and Statesboro on the top side of the right-hand side of the bracket. Northwest Whitfield will begin their series tomorrow after they finished off Grady yesterday. They will be hosting Stevens County in the next round. You see Griffin there against South Effingham and Marist in another very interesting series. Marist, the number 1 seed, taking on Carrollton in the bottom right-hand corner of the Sweet 16 as well. So there's your GHSA Class Quad A bracket update, and you see where everyone fits on the bracket at this point. So you are now caught up on the Class Quad A bracket. The Troup County Tigers out on the field taking their warm-up. The Colonels have completed their warm-ups. Both pitchers are warming up in their respective bullpens. We'll be back with more pregame and talk about tonight's lineups right after these messages. Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, where the Troup Tigers are out on the field taking their pregame warm-up for this second-round series in Class Quad A between the Troup Tigers on the road today and the homestanding Cass Colonels. Best of 3 series begins tonight with a doubleheader here at Cass. Game 3, if needed, would take place tomorrow night back here at the Cass High School Athletic Complex. We want to thank our sponsors. Pepsi, our local Pepsi distributor, is our anchor sponsor for 2013 Cass Baseball on the GHSA.TV portal and playonsports.com. We want to thank them for being with us all year long. Mountain Dew, their product that they are presenting each of these broadcasts, along with Kickstart, their new product as well. WYXC Radio, one of our sponsors for these broadcasts, along with Liberty Tax Service. So very special thanks to Mountain Dew, Kickstart, our Pepsi distributor, WYXC Radio, and Liberty Tax Service for helping us bring you these baseball games throughout the 2013 season. Let's take a look at how the Troup Tigers will line up in Game 1. They will be the visiting team in Game 1. In Game 2 tonight, the Colonels will be the visiting team once we get to Game 2. But the road team is the visitors in Game 1. We'll put their defensive lineup up there on the screen for you as we go through the batting order. You see that Brandon Butts, the shortstop, he will be their leadoff hitter as well. The second baseman, Jared Adams, will bat second. The catcher is Jonathan Foster. He will hit in the third spot. Playing first base is Jacob Osley. He will bat cleanup. In left field is Dalton Hadley. He will bat in the 5 spot. The DH is Turner, and he will be hitting for the pitcher, Garrett McClurg. In center field is Bo Halcomb. He will hit in the number 7 spot. At third base will be Justin Neighbors. He will bat 8th. And in the 9 spot and in right field will be C.J. Tatum, rounding out the Troup County batting order. So you see how they're lined up defensively across the outfield: Hadley, Halcomb, and Tatum. In the infield from first to third, Osley, Adams, Butts, and Neighbors. Behind the plate, Jonathan Foster. And on the mound in Game 1 for Coach Craig Garner will be Garrett McClurg. Let's move over now to the Colonels, and we'll try to get that graphic up for you. Give us just a second here. And we will try to locate that graphic for you. Having a little bit of difficulty here, so please bear with us. But the Colonels will have that for you here in just a second. And there we go. Sorry about that. Brandon Etheridge will lead things off and be in center field for the Colonels. He leads the team with 32 runs scored and has a 391 batting average on the season. Sam Ayers will hit in the number 2 spot for the Colonels, hitting .326 with 21 RBI. He will play shortstop. The catcher tonight will be Chaz Wilson, hitting .429 with 31 RBI. The pitcher, Dylan Williams, will hit in the 4 spot with 18 RBI and a .333 batting average on the year. Sam Russell will be the designated hitter, hitting for Matt Brown, the second baseman. You see that Russell is at .318 with 12 RBI. Hunter Southern, the third baseman, has a .385 average in the postseason, including the Region Series and the first round of the state playoffs. He has 7 RBI. Alex Yoslin hitting .200 with 6 extra base hits. That includes a home run. He hits in the 7 spot. Austin Gore, the left fielder, hitting .600 in the postseason. And Chris Morton will hit in the 9 spot at .297 with an on-base percentage of .471. So that's how the Colonels' batting order will line up this evening. Let's take a look at how they will line up defensively. Get that up on the screen for you now. There we go. You see, again, across the outfield, Austin Gore in left, Brandon Etheridge in center. Chris Morton will be over in right field. Across the infield from first to third, Alex Yoslin, Matt Brown, Sam Ayers, and Hunter Southern. Behind the plate, Chaz Wilson. And on the mound for Coach Adam Williams, it's been his ace throughout the season, Dylan Williams will be on the mound here in Game 1. So that's how the two teams will line it up this evening. We're going to take our next break, and we should see the umpires appearing shortly for their home plate meeting. We're just a few minutes away from baseball in the second round of the Class Quad A state playoffs. Troup County and Cass coming up.
Attention everyone, our first toast.
No. I am so honored to say a few words about the lovely can. Huh? I mean the couple. You look so delicious. Lean love. Too many more years.
That's what I like about you. Do we know her?
No.
Diet Pepsi. Love every sip.
One match away from immortality.
This is a total team effort.
We're gonna come at you.
One shot.
Con los terroristas.
Harlem Shake.
Both head coaches out at home plate, meeting with our home plate and base umpiring crew. Three-man crew working this second round state playoff game. They have concluded their meeting. Both teams are going to be lining up down the baselines. We're going to take another timeout while they do the anthem and all of the other pregame festivities. And we'll be back with baseball coming up in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Lots of excitement here at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, where today the Cass Colonels are getting ready to host a Sweet 16 matchup with the Troup County Tigers, who are in here with a 17-11 record. They are the number 4 seed out of the always tough Region 5 Quad A, and the Colonels in as the number 2 seed from Region 7 Quad A. Both teams huddling up around their respective dugouts. Troup County dressed in their road gray here for game 1. Cass in all white with blue hats with the white front panel and the C and cross sabers. They're being introduced and running out on the field at this time. Troup County, as I mentioned, in their gray unis with navy and gold themselves in their trim and numbers. So a couple of blue and gold opponents here, the Troup Tigers and the Cass Colonels, getting ready to do battle here in the Sweet 16. We want to remind you that you have an opportunity to follow the Colonels all season long and throughout the postseason on social media. They're on Facebook at Cass High School Baseball. You can follow their Twitter handle at Cass Baseball, and the Cass Baseball webpage is at cassbaseball.net. So there's your one of the many ways, several of the many ways you can follow the Colonels throughout the playoffs. Still continuing to introduce the Colonels, and you see pitcher Dylan Williams making his way to the mound, and we've got a pitching overlay. We want to take a look at Dylan's stats on the season. We'll locate that for you and get that up on the screen as Dylan begins to take his warm-up tosses. His 12th appearance of the year. He's thrown 51 1/3 innings on the season with 97 strikeouts. He's 7-1 on the year with a 1.16 ERA. Batting average against him of only 141. Dylan Williams, the game 1 starter here for the Colonels this evening in this best of 3 series between the Troup Tigers and the homestanding Cass Colonels. Let's take one more look real quickly at how the Colonels will line up defensively. Gore, Etheridge, and Morton across the outfield. In the infield, beginning at first, it's Yoslin, Brown, Ayers at short, Southern at third, Dylan Williams on the mound, and Chaz Wilson will be behind the plate for Coach Adam Williams. A few final warm-up tosses from starting pitcher Dylan Williams, and we're just about ready to go. Thanks for joining us. Cass Playoff Baseball presented by Mountain Dew. So now we're ready to play ball. As Butts steps in, Brandon Butts, the shortstop for the Tigers, to face Dylan Williams. First pitch is fouled over the screen. So there's strike 1. Dylan Williams, the big right-hander, winds and delivers his 0-1 pitch. Is right in there for called strike 2. So quickly ahead to Brandon Butts, the Tigers shortstop. There's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. So a good start for the Colonels, a good start for Dylan Williams as he gets Butts on strikes. So 1 out in the inning. And that will bring up the second baseman, Jared Adams. Adams was on base 6 times in their series with Eastside, hit by a pitch 4 times. That's a lot in a 2-game set. But on base 6 times in that series against Eastside. First pitch lined right back up the middle, base hit. So a good hard line drive right back through the middle is the first hit of the game. And the Tigers have the first base runner of the night. That brings up the Tigers catcher, Jonathan Foster. Foster had a grand slam in game 1 against Eastside. Took a breaking ball high. That grand slam gave the Tigers an 8-7 lead. They were behind 7-4 at the time in the 5th inning of game 1. He ended up with 9 RBI in the series against Eastside, and he just hit one high in the air there, but out toward left field. The center fielder, Etheridge, is underneath it, and he makes the catch for out number 2.
First baseman, number 10, Jacob.
So 2 down now, and another left-handed hitter. We noticed that the Tigers in their pregame batting practice out on the field had lots of left-handed sticks in their order. This is the first baseman, Jacob Osley. Breaking ball that is in there for a strike. So 2 down in the inning. Adams is down at first. He had the first hit of the game. Dylan Williams working from the stretch, takes a look over there, now comes set. And his 0-1 delivery missed inside. Runner takes off on a delayed steal, and the Colonels never noticed, apparently. Not sure what happened there, but Chaz Wilson never threw through. Don't know if he even saw him. With the left-handed hitter there, may have been screened. So Adams makes his way down to second and in scoring position, and it's going to result in a run. As that base hit loops over the third baseman, Hunter Southern, and Troup is on the board. So the stolen base comes up big there, as the very next pitch is looped over into left field. And it drives home Adams with the game's first run. So Troup has taken an early lead here in the top of the first. Brings up the left fielder, Dalton Hadley. And he had an attempted breaking ball sail right over his head for ball 1. Williams now still working from the stretch. Runner fakes as though he's going to go this time, but the pitch is low and away for ball 2. So Williams got a couple of outs, a hit in the middle, a stolen base, and then a bloop single into left field. There's a swing and a miss. Plates the game's first run. So it's 1-0, Troup in the top of the first. Throw over to Yoslin, holding Osley at first, but he's back easily. Runner takes off again, and a high fly ball hit out toward left field. Gore is underneath it, reaches up and makes the catch for out number 3. And the Tigers are retired in the top of the first, but not before they pick up a run on 2 hits. They leave a runner. We've played 1/2 inning. Troop 1, Cass coming to bat.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, we move to the bottom half of the first inning. Troup County on the board early with a couple of hits, a stolen base, and they played a run to take a 1-0 lead before the Colonels can get to their dugout and to the plate in the bottom of the first. Cass will send Brandon Etheridge, Sam Ayers, and Chaz Wilson to face Garrett McClurg here in the bottom of the first. McClurg was the game one starter last week against Eastside, and Eastside took an early lead against him. He had a wild pitch in the midst of all that, according to one of the newspaper stories, that resulted in a run in the third inning. He gave way to Winston Turner in relief, who actually became the winning pitcher when the Tigers came from behind to win, and then Jacob Osley was the closer who got the save in game one. Jared Adams was the game two starter when the Tigers won in just 5 innings, so we expect he will be the game two starter today as well. Brandon Etheridge steps in to face Garrett McClurg. And the first pitch is fouled right back against the screen. Brandon Etheridge hitting .391 on the year. He's scored 32 runs and has 17 RBI. He is tied for the team lead in stolen bases with 15. He and Sam Ayers each have 15. So he's been a good threat in the leadoff position for the Colonels all season long. Next 2 pitches miss. So the count has gone to 2-1 to the Colonels' leadoff hitting center fielder. Etheridge, the expected game two starter, on the mound. Next one swung on and missed. So McClurg evens the count at 2-2. Takes his sign, kicks and delivers, and he struck him out. So Etheridge down on strikes. And similar to how the Troup top of the inning began with a strikeout, we'll see if the Colonels can mount a one-out threat themselves. Big crowd on hand here for this second round Class Quad A state playoff series. Doubleheader tonight between Troup and Cass. Sam Ayers digs in, takes a fastball high. Ayers hitting .326 on the year with 21 RBI. Fouled that one back on the screen, off his fist it appeared. Evening the count at 1-1. Breaking ball to Ayers. Here's a called strike over the inside corner. So a 1-2 pitch now due to Ayers. It's a fastball that's down and away. Chaz Wilson waits on deck. Colonel's senior catcher. 2-2 pitch now to Ayers. Is dribbled out towards short. Picked up on the run there. Throw across is in time. And there's out number 2. So a little ground ball out to the shortstop, Butts. He made a nice play on the running grab to retire Ayers, and it brings up catcher Chaz Wilson. 2 outs in the inning now. Wilson hitting .429 on the year with 31 RBI. 14 extra base hits, including a couple of homers. Takes a breaking ball for a strike at the knees. McClurg winds and delivers, throws another breaking ball that stayed high. So the count now at 1-1. Chaz Wilson digs back in, and McClurg takes his sign, kicks and delivers, and Wilson fouled it away. We're in the bottom of the first. Troup scored in the top half to take a 1-0 lead. 2 outs now in the bottom of the first as Wilson faces a 1-2 pitch from McClurg. Breaking ball that stayed high for ball 2. Dylan Williams waits on deck if Wilson could reach. Pitch from McClurg is hit on the ground out towards short again. Fielded there by Butts, and he retires Wilson on the 6-3 putout. So McClurg makes short work of the Colonels in the bottom half of the first. We'll go to the second. Troup County leads the Colonels 1-0. Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex. We're in the second round of the Class Quad A state playoffs. Game 1 of a doubleheader tonight. Troup County taking a 1-0 lead through 1 inning as Cass starter Dylan Williams finishes up his warm-up tosses. Chaz Wilson made the last out of the first inning, so he's just now getting in there. Makes the throw down to second. Colonels will toss it around the infield, and we'll be ready for the top of the second inning. Designated hitter for Troup County, Winston Turner, will lead things off here for the Tigers. He had a couple of hits in the East Side series, including a double. We don't have a lot of statistics on the Tigers, but we do have reports from a couple of news stories on their first series, and that's where we're giving you that data. First pitch is a strike. Next one is a swinging strike. So quickly, Dylan Williams is up 0-2 to the Tigers' designated hitter. Here's his wind, and the 0-2 pitch, breaking ball, swung on and missed, strike 3. So 1 out in the inning, and it will bring up Bo Halcomb, the center fielder for the Tigers. Halcomb had 4 hits in the East Side series, including a double. Had at least 1 RBI. Really couldn't tell from the story how many he may have had, but we know he had at least 1. Takes a called strike at the knees. Williams, who always works quickly, fires again, another strike right at the knees. And he's ahead 0-2. Beautiful day here. Quite puffy clouds blowing around, a little breeze. Breaking ball. Just hit him. That one got away from Williams. So on an 0-2 pitch, a breaking ball that just stayed inside, nips Halcomb on the hip, and he makes his way down to first with 1 out in the inning. And it brings up Justin Neighbors, the third baseman. Williams working from the stretch. Fires a fastball that missed low. Halcomb takes his lead down at first. Yoslin holds him there. Pitch from Williams is fouled back over the press box. So the count now at 1-1. We're in the top of the second, game 1 of a doubleheader tonight, second round of the Class Quad A state playoffs. Runner goes, curveball, good pitch to run on, throw by Wilson, not nearly in time. And Halcomb has a stolen base. Picked a good pitch to go on, a breaking ball. And Halcomb has the second stolen base of the game for the Tigers. Pitch was called a strike. So the 1-2 pitch fouled away now. So a 1-2 pitch now due to the third baseman for the Tigers. He swings and misses. There's strike 3. So 2 outs now. The Tigers again with a runner in scoring position. They utilized the stolen base in the first to get that first run. Had a stolen base between a couple of singles. Ball briefly gets away from Wilson at his feet, but the pitch was called a ball. This is C.J. Tatum. He had 4 hits in the East Side series and at least 1 RBI as well. Slow breaking ball from Williams this time is a called strike over the inside corner. Tatum, the 9-hitter in the order. So Brandon Butts, the leadoff hitting shortstop, waits on deck. 1-1 pitch now from Williams. Fastball that stayed outside. So our count's at 2-1 to the Troup right fielder. Runner standing down at second. That's Halcomb, who was hit by a pitch. Back with 1 out. Pitch from Williams, swung on and missed. There's strike 2. Fastball up around the letters. So now a 2-2 count with 2 outs in the inning. And Williams throws a fastball over the outside edge that's fouled back over the screen. So our count will remain at 2-2. Troup County with a run in the top of the first. We're now in the top of the second. They lead it 1-0. 2 outs in the inning with Halcomb leading at second. He takes off toward third. Little dribbler out in front of the plate. No one is going to field it. Now they may have the runner hung up. Throw to third, and he got him. So score it as an infield hit on the play, but then a put out at third as Chaz Wilson and Dylan Williams had a little confusion on who was going to field that. And when the runner rounded a little too far at third, Chaz Wilson threw him out down at the bag at third as Hunter Southern put the tag on him for the third out of the inning. So we've played an inning and a half. Cass will come to bat in the bottom of the second. They trail 1-0. Network thing. Okay, we're back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex. We go to the bottom of the second. Cass trailing Troup County by a score of 1-0. Thank you for joining us today for Cass High Baseball presented by Mountain Dew. We're in the second round of the Class Quad A State Playoffs, Sweet 16. Troup County, who defeated Eastside in 2 straight games last Friday, taking on the Colonels, who defeated Columbia in 2 straight games last Friday. This is game 1 of a best-of-3 series, doubleheader tonight. Garrett McClurg on the mound for the Tigers. Dylan Williams hits a slow roller to third. Throw across is in time, and there's 1 out in the inning. So 1 pitch and 1 out retires Dylan Williams. Brings up the Colonel's designated hitter, Sam Russell. Russell hitting 318 on the year, 316 in postseason. Takes a fastball that missed high. They asked for help to see if he swung, and they say no, so it's ball 1. Russell digs back in, and Garrett McClurg kicks and delivers a fastball again. It's a strike at the knees. A little bit of a breeze blowing around. We see our flag whipping around out there in center field. There's another called strike. One-two pitch now. It's a breaking ball fouled away by Russell down the right side and out into the parking lot that's adjacent to the field here. So McClurg looks in for his sign and will deliver another 1-2 pitch that's fouled, tipped into the mitt of Foster for strike number 3. So 2 quick outs, and it brings up first baseman Alex Yoslin. I'm sorry, Hunter Southern, the third baseman. First pitch to Southern missed outside. Southern with a 243 average on the year, but hitting 385 in the postseason. Takes a strike. So a 1-1 pitch now from Garrett McClurg. Just missed outside. Wind and delivery again from McClurg. Dribbled up the first base side, but foul. So that will even the count now at 2-2. We're in the bottom of the second. 2 outs in the inning. Troup County leading Cass 1-0. We're in the first game of a doubleheader this evening in the second round of the Quad A playoffs. Next pitch lined out to the shortstop, Butts, and there's out number 3. So he hit it on the nose, but he hit it right at the shortstop. And that will be the third out of the inning. So the Colonels go fairly quickly there on just 11 pitches. We've played 2 now with Troup leading Cass 1-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
The Troup Tigers with a run on 3 hits. They had 2 of those hits in the top of the first. They had a stolen base in between those 2 hits that led to the run. And they lead the Colonels and starting pitcher Dylan Williams 1-0 here as we go to the top of the third. Garrett McClurg, the starting pitcher for the Tigers, has been very good through 2 innings. Back to the top of the order now for the Tigers and Brandon Butts. Butts struck out swinging his first time. So Dylan Williams looks in for his sign, and we're underway in the third inning. First pitch is a fastball, strike at the knees. Breaking ball hit on the ground, but right back to Williams. He'll flip to first, and there's the first out of the inning. So Dylan Williams makes quick work of Butts to begin the third inning. And it brings up second baseman Jared Adams. Adams had a sharp single back through the middle his first time up, stole a base and scored the run that Troup County has on the board. Fastball right through there for called strike 1. Williams winds and delivers again, and that one is a called strike as well. So an 0-2 pitch now is a breaking ball. That's a called strike 3. So second time around, Dylan Williams wins the battle. And now there's 2 outs in the inning, and it brings up the catcher, Jonathan Foster. Foster popped to center his first time. So 2 outs in the inning now, as the catcher and number 3 hitter in the order stands in there against Williams. Winds and delivers the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball. That's a called strike. One pitch, fastball that apparently stayed off the edge. So now a 2-1 due to the Tigers catcher. He popped it straight up in the air. Wilson delays finding it, now finds it and makes the catch. Had a little trouble finding the pop-up, but then he turns and finds the baseball, makes the catch in foul territory for out number 3. So we go to the bottom of the third. Troup County continues to lead Cass 1-0. Thank you for joining us. Cass Playoff Baseball presented by Mountain Dew. Troup County leading it 1-0. Garrett McClurg back on the hill for the Tigers here as we move to the bottom half of the third. He's been very good, 6 up and 6 down so far as he faces the Colonels. Bottom third of the order here in the third inning, Alex Yoslin, Austin Gore, and Chris Morton. So a little huddle on the mound by the Tigers as Alex Yoslin makes his way to the home plate circle. Yoslin does have a home run on the year, 5 extra base hits. First pitch from McClurg, fouled straight back on the screen. McClurg, like Williams, working quickly. Throws a curveball that stayed outside. So a 1-1 pitch now to the Cass first baseman, and they say he swung at it for strike number 2. Tried to hold up his swing, but failed to do so. So he's behind in the count now, 1-2. And the pitch from McClurg, they teased him with a high fastball, but Yoslin laid off. So the count even at 2 apiece as Yoslin leads off the bottom of the third here for the Colonels. 2-2 delivery, stayed outside with a breaking ball. So the count now has gone full to the Cass Junior first baseman here in game 1. 3-2 pitch is a called strike 3 at the knees. That will bring up left fielder Austin Gore. Gore has had a good playoff run in the Northwest Series and the Columbia Series, 3 for 5. So he steps in hitting .600 in playoff games. Playing left field here in game 1. Takes the first pitch low and away for a ball. Chris Morton playing right field. Sophomore hitting in the 9 spot, waits on deck. Next pitch to Gore is a swing and a miss. So McClurg, who's had 7 up and 7 down so far, missed outside and low with that one for ball 2. He's made pretty quick work of the Colonels through 2 1/3. Next pitch to Gore is fouled over the screen. So the count at 2-2 to the Cass left fielder, senior Austin Gore. McClurg winds and delivers, and he hit him on the helmet. And that may have rung his bell just a little bit. Gore's trying to shake it off. Now he jogs down toward first. Appears to be okay. He was going to take off and run down to first, and then it's kind of like, that got me a little better than I thought. So he delayed just a second at the plate, then took off down to first, and the trainer will come out to check on him, make sure he's okay. But that hit him right on the helmet. So he becomes the first Cass base runner of the contest on the hit by pitch. It'll bring up Chris Morton with 1 out. Gore, maybe hearing bells down there, shakes his head a little bit, but appears to be ready to go as he gets a round of applause from both sides of the stands here, Troup and Cass. So now 1 out in the inning, and it brings up the 9-hitter, Chris Morton. Morton with a .297 average on the year, scored 20 runs, has 8 RBI. A healthy on-base percentage, and it's been that way all year. The average has not always been as good as it is now. He's really had a lot of hits late in the year to get it up to almost the 300 mark, but he's always had the solid on-base percentage in that 9 spot at .471 as we speak. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Throw over to chase back Gore, who's back in with a dive. And we'll get an 0-1 pitch to Morton as McClurg, working from the stretch for the first time today, throws a breaking ball that stayed inside. Gore faked as though he was about to take off, but he stays at first. And now a 1-1 pitch is due to Chris Morton. And he popped it in the air back behind first, out toward right field. Right fielder Tatum is underneath it. And there's the second out of the inning. So we're back to the top of the Cass order, and center fielder Brandon Etheridge. Etheridge struck out swinging his first trip to the plate. Looking to do a little 2-out damage here with Austin Gore taking a lead down at first. He's chased back on a throw over by McClurg, Osley holding him there. Now the pitch to the plate, misses high. McClurg delivers outside, ball 2. So Brandon Etheridge backs out, takes a couple of practice swings, digs back in now. Throw over to first again. Concerned with Gore over there. He's back safely. And McClure comes set. Here's his 2-0 pitch. And it's fouled back over the screen by Etheridge. So the count goes to 2-1. 2 outs in the inning. We're in the bottom of the third. Troup leads Cass 1-0. They scored their run in the top of the first. Throw again over to chase back Gore. And now we'll get a 2-1 delivery to Etheridge. And it missed low. Sam Ayers waits on deck, the Colonel's senior shortstop. If Etheridge can reach. 3-1 delivery now. Is called a strike over the outside edge. Etheridge thought it may have missed outside. So the count has gone full now. Gore should be running on the pitch, and there he goes. And it's check swing, fouled off Etheridge's foot at the plate. Umpire called it immediately that it hit off Etheridge's foot and foul at the plate. And now the Troup staff wants to question that call. Craig Garner, the head coach, with over 200 career wins, comes out to ask the umpire if he is sure on that one. But it will be a foul ball. And I can see how he might question that. It went straight out to the pitcher, but apparently hit Etheridge on the foot. So another 3-2 pitch now to the Cass center fielder. Swung on and missed. There's strike 3. So the Colonels do manage a base runner on the hit by pitch, but do nothing with it. We've played 3 innings now, and Troup leads Cass 1-0. Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, Troup County with a run in the top of the first. So far, Garrett McClurg, their starting pitcher, has made that hold up. He's retired 9 of the 10 batters he's faced. He did hit a batter for the only base runner the Colonels have managed through 3 innings. And we go to the top of the fourth now, with the Tigers leading the Colonels 1-0. Troup County, out of one of the very best baseball regions in any classification in the state, with perennial powers Columbus, Carrollton, Alexander, and even LaGrange, who did not make the playoffs this year, all in that same region with Troup. And Troup has made the state playoffs 9 years in a row. So a very good league down there. Leading things off for Troup in the top of the fourth will be the first baseman, Jacob Osley. Dylan Williams' first pitch to Osley is a breaking ball that catches the corner for strike number 1. Williams looks in for a sign from Chaz Wilson, and they're going to see, and they're going to call it a strike. I was going to say from up here it looked like he swung at it, but a very late call from our home plate umpire, and it is strike 2. 0-2 delivery from Williams, fouled back to the screen. So we'll get another 0-2 pitch from Dylan Williams. Fouled away again. We're at the Cass High School Athletic Complex on the campus of Cass High School in White, Georgia, where Troup County leads Cass 1-0 in the top of the fourth. Game one of a doubleheader, and there's strike three swinging. These two Quad A opponents squaring off in the second round, Sweet 16 of the Georgia State Quad A playoffs. Left fielder Dalton Hadley steps in, 0 for 1. He flied out to left his first time. Wind and delivery from Dylan Williams, missed low. Designated hitter Winston Turner waits on deck. Next pitch is fouled back off the gear of Wilson. So the count is even at 1-1. And our umpire, with common baseball courtesy there, will walk a new baseball out to Dylan Williams. Give Wilson just a second to shake the cobwebs out. And now Hadley will step back in and face a 1-1 pitch from Dylan Williams. Took a little off and had him swinging, strike two. So the count now at 1-2. And here's the delivery from Williams. Took a little off again, same result. And there's strike three. So 2 outs in the inning now. And it brings up the designated hitter, Winston Turner. Turner struck out swinging his first time. And he swings right through another. Dylan Williams with 5 strikeouts already. And he had him hit that one right back off the fist. He barehands it, throws over to Yoslin, and there's out number 3. So Dylan Williams makes quick work of the Troup Tigers in the top of the fourth. The Colonels will come to bat in their half of the fourth. They trail 1-0.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
We move to the bottom of the fourth. Troup leading Cass 1-0. They scored their run in the top half of the first inning on a single, a stolen base, and another single. They do have one other hit that came later, but 1 run on 3 hits, and they lead it here as we move to the bottom of the fourth. Cass will send the meat of their order to the plate here in the fourth. 2, 3, and 4 hitters, shortstop Sam Ayers, catcher Chaz Wilson, and pitcher Dylan Williams, to face Garrett McClurg, who's been very good through 3 innings. He's retired 9 of the 10 Colonels he's faced. The only base runner for Cass was a hit batsman, Austin Gore, last inning. So Sam Ayers steps in. And McClurg takes a little off a breaking pitch that missed high. One 1-0 pitch now to Sam Ayers is a fastball called a strike at the knees. McClurg working quickly. He has this entire game. Throws a breaking ball that stayed high. So our count now at 2-1 to the Colonel's senior shortstop. Wind and delivery by McClurg. Missed low, ball 3. So definitely a hitter's count now for Sam Ayers. And here's the 3-1 pitch. And it missed outside. So the second cast base runner, Sam Ayers, works for a walk. And it will bring up the catcher, Chaz Wilson. Ayers, always a threat to go down there at first. Tied for the team lead with 15 stolen bases on the year. As senior catcher Chaz Wilson asked for time. He had already stepped into the box, but then backed out, asked for time. It was granted. Now he's ready to go. And a throw over to Ayers, who's back in standing up. So McClurg with a pretty good move over there to first. He's shown it 5 or 6 times now with just 2 base runners. This time he steps back off the rubber. So we still have not had a pitch to Chaz Wilson. Comes set. Throws a breaking ball that's in there for a strike. Bottom of the 4th, Troup leads Cass 1-0. Game 1 of a doubleheader. Sweet 16 round of the Class 4A state playoffs. Ayers back safely on the pickoff attempt. Being held over there by Osley. McClurg from his set. Ayers faked as though he was about to start. Wilson faked the bunt and took it for a ball. So the count's at 1-1. Throw over to chase back Ayers again. So McClurg making the runners stay close down at first. Comes set again. His 1-1 pitch to Wilson. He squared the bunt and then took it for strike 2. So now Wilson in a 1-2 hole. Nobody out as the Colonels bat here in the 4th. They trail 1-0. Catcher sets up outside. They throw a breaking ball that's a swinging bunt. Catcher delayed to pick it up. Now throws, and they got Wilson by a step. But it has the same effect as the sacrifice they were attempting, as they get Ayers down to second and in scoring position. So 1 out in the inning now, but Ayers down at second base for Dylan Williams. Wilson, who had squared the bunt on 2 previous counts, then swinging away, just kind of dribbled it out in front of the plate. It ends up working out to be the same thing on the ground out, as Ayers makes it safely to second. So 1 out in the inning. Dylan Williams steps in, and the first pitch to Williams missed low. Dylan Williams hitting .333 on the year and hitting an even .400 in postseason. Swings and misses at a breaking ball. So the count now at 1-1, and it's the first time the Colonels have had a runner in scoring position against Garrett McClurg. One pitch now to the Cass senior. Is hit sharply on the ground, but foul past first. And now Williams down in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sam Ayers, who drew a walk to open the inning, Jazz Wilson grounded out, moved Ayers up to second. Now with one out, Dylan Williams and a 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. So that's a big strikeout for Garrett McClurg. And now there's 2 outs in the inning for Sam Russell. Sam Russell entered tonight hitting .318 on the year, hitting .316 in postseason coming in. First pitch from McClurg, bounced out there, breaking ball, so the count's at 1-0. Russell struck out swinging his first time. 2 outs in the inning. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Troup leads Cass 1-0. First game of a doubleheader tonight. We're in the second round of the Class Quad A state playoffs. Next pitch to Russell, fouled back over the screen. And that evens the count at 1-1. Game 2 will follow this one about 25-30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. McClurg takes his sign, kicks and delivers a breaking ball that missed outside. So as McClurg takes his sign from Foster, Ayers takes his lead down at second. And the 2-1 pitch to the plate. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Cass still looking for their first hit of the game as they bat here in the 4th with 2 outs. Garrett McClurg throwing a gem thus far. He missed high there. He has hit a batter and walked one. And now it has gone 3-2 in the count to the Cass designated hitter. They run the shortstop back behind Ayers, and McClurg spins but does not throw. And now a 3-2 pitch is due to Sam Russell. Swung on and missed. There's strike 3. And McClurg continues to dazzle. We've completed 4 innings at the Cass High School Athletic Complex. Cass baseball presented by Mountain Dew. The Colonels trail Troup County after 4, 1-0. One to nothing, Troup County, as we move to the top half of the 5th inning. Halcomb, Neighbors, and Tatum. 7, 8, and 9 in the order for Troup, due up here in the top of the 5th. First pitch from Dylan Williams, miss low. So the task at hand here for Williams, just keep them where they are and hope your offense can come alive late in the game here. Ground ball hit out toward Yoslin at first. He makes the play. And there's 1 out in the 5th. Justin Neighbors, the third baseman, steps in. 0 for 1. He struck out swinging his first time. Williams with 5 strikeouts in this one. Little dribbler back to Williams again. He barehands it again and throws him out. So that's twice we've seen little dribblers back to Williams that he barehands and retires the batter. So very softly hit back to the pitcher. Throws on to Yoslin for out number 2, and it brings up C.J. Tatum. Tatum had that little dribbler that rolled out in front of the plate, actually scored as an infield hit, but then Wilson pounced on it and threw out the runner at third that had rounded too far the first time Tatum was up. Breaking ball from Williams, missed outside. So Tatum actually has one of the 3 Tiger hits. Dylan Williams winds, kicks, and fires, and blows it right by him. One pitch now from Williams. Right through there again, strike 2. And the 1-2 now, missed low. So the count now 2-2 to the Tigers right fielder. He steps back in, and Williams delivers low again, and the count's gone full. So Tatum has been a pest for Dylan Williams in this one. And he popped that one up. Center fielder Brandon Etheridge still coming in, can't catch it. The play back behind second baseman Matt Brown. Etheridge apparently called him off and then missed it. So there's an error. And Tatum reaches on the misplay. So 2 outs in the inning, and we're back to the top of the order, and Brandon Butts, left-handed hitter. And the Tigers have some speed on the bases. First pitch popped up, foul territory, down past the third base dugout, but it's going to land beyond everyone out there as left fielder Gore, shortstop Ayers, and third baseman Southern all chase it down there, but not able to catch up. Lots of foul territory here at the Cass High Athletic Complex. So 2 outs in the inning before that pop-up out behind second base, shallow center field was misplayed. And now Troup County's head coach Craig Garner wants to have a chat with his hitter, Brandon Butts. Tatum, taking his lead down at first, has good speed. Williams, working from the stretch, throws over to chase him back. We'll throw again. And Tatum's back in there again. There are 2 outs in the inning. 1 strike to the hitter, Butts. Runner is moving on the play, and Williams hit him with a breaking ball. So that's the second hit batsman, I believe, by Williams. And now, after 2 outs in the inning, Troup County has a couple of base runners. And it brings up Jared Adams, the second baseman, 1 for 2, with a single to center and a strikeout. Pitch from Williams, hit on the ground out toward Matt Brown. He bobbles it briefly, but now controls and throws over to first for the third out, and the Tigers are retired in the top of the fifth. We've played 4.5 innings. We're right where we've been for quite a while now. Troup leading Cass by a score of 1-0. We move to the bottom of the fifth. Garrett McClurg still on the mound for the Troup Tigers. He's been very good. Colonel's looking still for their first hit in this one. The error they committed last half inning does not come back to harm. And we move to the bottom of the fifth with Troup continuing to cling to a 1-0 lead. Cass will send their 6, 7, and 8 hitters to the plate here in the bottom of the fifth. Hunter Southern, Alex Yoslin, and Austin Gore. Hunter Southern hitting .243 on the year with 7 RBI. Takes a fastball outside for a ball. Southern at a .385 clip in the 5 postseason games, though. Next pitch called strike over the outside edge. So the count's at 1-1 to the Colonel's third baseman. Line and delivery from McClurg, hit on the ground out toward second. Pitcher is over to cover in time for out number 1. So 1 away now, and it brings up first baseman junior Alex Yoslin. McClurg just continues to roll. Fastball right through there for strike 1. Swing and a miss. Austin Gore, the left fielder, waits on deck. Next pitch is hit in the air out toward right field. Tatum is there. Makes the catch, and there's out number 2. So 2 down now on only 5 pitches, and it brings up left fielder Austin Gore. Gore, one of only 2 base runners the Colonels have had in this one. He was hit by a pitch in his last at bat. The only other base runner was Sam Ayers, who drew a walk. First pitch misses high. 1-0 pitch now from Garrett McClurg. Is a called strike at the knees. It has been a generous strike zone around the knees, but both ways. Very consistent from what I can see, as that one missed just outside. Two-1 pitch now due to Austin Gore, and that one missed low. So now 3-1 to the Colonel Senior. Wind and delivery from McClurg. And that's a called strike over the inside edge. So a 3-2 count now. And the delivery to the plate is hit on the ground and into left field, and there's the Colonel's first hit. So Austin Gore continues his fine work in postseason with a base hit into left field. And that will bring up the right fielder, sophomore Chris Morton. And we're going to get a visit to the mound now. And they've gone to the home plate umpire first, so they're going to see if he was injured on the play, and apparently not. So that will not count as a visit to the mound, as the coach wanted to check on his pitcher's health. So that's all that was about. On that visit, they can't talk strategy or anything about his mechanics. And that's why the umpire visits with him. So 2 outs in the inning now, and it brings up Chris Morton as Gore leads from first. And the first pitch to Chris Morton is fouled back into the parking lot. Bottom of the 5th, Troup leading it 1-0 as McClurg chases Gore back over at first. 0-1 pitch coming up to Chris Morton. Slow breaking ball. Missed outside. Troup fans wanted that call. So now the 1-1 pitch as McClurg comes set, and it's hit high in the air out towards center field. Center fielder still chasing it, now underneath it, still backpedaling, falls backwards but makes the catch as Halcomb catches the ball for the 3rd out of the 5th inning. So Chris Morton put a charge in that one. It kept drifting toward the center field wall, but Halcomb is able to get there in time, and the Colonels are retired in the bottom of the 5th. We go to the top of the 6th now. Troup continues to lead Cass 1-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
We move to the 6th inning. It's been a pitcher's duel between Garrett McClurg of Troup and Dylan Williams of Cass. Cass with only 1 hit. They made 1 error that did not harm them. Troup County with 3 hits. 2 of those came in the top of the 1st when they scored a run. It's 1-0 as we go to the 6th. Jonathan Foster leading things off for the Tigers here. Their number 3 hitter. They send Foster, Osley, and Hadley to the plate to face Dylan Williams. Next fastball from Williams sailed on him. So the count at 2-0. To the Troup County catcher. Been a quick ball game. We're in the top of the 6th already. That one's hit in the air out toward left. Austin Gore circles underneath, reaches up, makes the catch for out number 1. So that brings up the first baseman, Jacob Osley, with 1 out. Osley 1 for 2 with a single and struck out 1 time. He had the RBI that drove in the game's only run. Little bloop single over the 3rd baseman that scored Adams from second base. Back-to-back curveballs from Dylan Williams, and he's ahead 0-2. And the 0-2 is fouled down the left field line out into the hitting tunnel that's over there for the visitors. So another 0-2 pitch from Dylan Williams. Swung on and missed, but it went all the way to the screen, and Osley is going to reach. It almost hit Osley. He swung at it, and it went all the way back to the screen. And he's going to make his way down to first. And now we're going to get a substitution. And because it was the first baseman, it's going to have to be a pinch runner, not a courtesy runner. So the pinch runner will be Tyler Bunn. The batter will be Dalton Hadley, the left fielder. So that pitch way inside. The batter swinging at it and missing, and it went all the way through Wilson, all the way back to the padding, bounced straight up in the air, and the base runner reaches on the missed third strike. So it's the sixth strikeout of the game by Dylan Williams, but the base runner, more importantly, is down at first. I'm not sure what the conversation is about now. I know we had a substitution. Coach Garner of Troup gets his pinch runner checked in. And now Dalton Hadley will step in with one out in the inning and a runner at first. Still 1-0. We're in the top of the sixth. Williams working from the stretch now, comes set and throws a curveball that Wilson blocked and kept in front. But it is ball one. So runs have been at a premium in this one. It's 1-0 in the top of the sixth. Troup with a base runner now. And there's a ground ball hit out there toward Matt Brown. He flips to shortstop Sam Ayers on to first, but not in time. They get the leading lady down at second for 2 outs in the inning and almost turned the 4-6-3 double play. But Hadley does reach on the fielder's choice. Good turn in the middle there. They retire the lead runner, 2 outs in the inning. But Hadley stands at first now as the designated hitter, Winston Turner, steps in. Pitch from Williams is a called strike at the knees. Turner 0 for 2. Grounded out to the pitcher and struck out swinging. Runner is going, hit on the ground again out toward Matt Brown, and he missed it. Good foot speed by Troup, put a little pressure on him, but he just missed the ground ball, so there's the second cast error. He would have had to make a good, clean play, and he would have had to have been quick there, but unable to come up with the ground ball. So now Troup with 2 base runners and 2 outs in the inning for Bo Halcomb. Breaking ball from Williams stayed outside. So now a really big spot here for Dylan Williams, trying to work his way out of the sixth, trailing 1-0. Fastball, called strike at the knees. This umpire has been very consistent there with that low strike call. Both pitchers have benefited from that. So Williams comes set. Runners take off, and the ball's hit on the ground out into the hole. Sam Ayers can't get there, and Troup is going to score their second run by putting a runner in motion and getting a ground ball to the hole. So it's a base hit that drives in the second run of the game for the Tigers, and a big one it is. Coach Garner put Hadley in motion. Ayers went to cover, and then when he backtracked, couldn't get there in time, and Hadley was able to score on the play. So still runners at first and second. Still 2 outs in the inning, and Troup has taken a 2-0 lead. So the error does come back to haunt. Breaking ball from Williams is a called strike. Runner moving again. Throw down to third, and it bounced past Southern, who was late getting over there to cover. Now it gets by Gore in left field, and the base runner at first is going to come all the way around and score. So that's 2 errors on the play, one by Wilson on the throw, and then one by Gore in left field. And 2 more runs score. But Hunter Southern was really late getting over there. Wilson threw through anyway. It got by Southern into left field. So he's safe at third on the error by Wilson, and then both runners are safe at home on the error by Gore. So the Colonels have imploded here in the 6th. And Troup, by putting runners in motion, have really put some pressure on the Cass defense. And they've taken a 4-0 lead here in the 6th. So Neighbors is the batter here. And now I have no idea what this conversation is about. The umpires are getting together out on the infield to talk about something. So apparently they're talking about the count, which is, we have it, is either 3-0 or 3-1. I'm not sure. So they're still continuing to talk about it. Neighbors is the batter at the plate. So the conversation will continue about the count, which is now at 2-1. I don't. 2-1 will be the count. So Troup County has taken advantage of the Colonel's defensive blunders here in the 6th, as Cass now has committed 3 errors in the inning, 4 in the game, and it's 4-0. Fastball from Williams is a strike at the knees. So after all the discussion about the count, we're back to 2-2 to Neighbors, and he hits a little dribbler down the third baseline, foul. fielded by Southern. So he'll make his way back to the plate. And Justin Neighbors will step back in to face a 2-2 pitch from Dylan Williams, who winds, kicks, and fires, and he swung and missed, strike 3. But Troup County does their damage. They scored 3 runs on only 1 hit and 3 errors in the inning. And the Tigers have taken a 4-0 lead as we move to the middle of the 6th. Okay, we'll get a new pitcher now for Troup. It will be Osley, who actually started the game at first base. He came out a moment ago after reaching base with the pinch runner. I'm sure so they could get him in the bullpen, get him loose. I didn't notice that he was throwing, but apparently he was. And now the left-hander will come in here to try to close things out over the final 2 innings, with Troup now taking a 4-0 lead over the Colonels. Cass with 3 errors and the strikeout that resulted in a base runner in that inning as well, as he swung on an inside pitch, got all the way by Wilson, all the way to the wall on the pass ball. And that was the first base runner of the inning. All of that happened with 2 outs in the inning. So Troup County has taken a 4-0 lead now as we move to the bottom of the 6th. Cass will have the top of the order at the plate. Brandon Etheridge, Sam Ayers, and Chaz Wilson. And the first pitch is hit on the ground out towards second, fielded out there. And the throw on to first from Adams to Bunn. It's not Bunn. We'll get that substitution for you in just a second, but on to first for the out. It's actually Adams that was at first base, so there's the first out of the inning. Sam Ayers steps in. Cass shortstop. Takes the first pitch high for a ball. Ayers with a ground out and a walk. Swings and misses. So the count now at 1-1. Next pitch hit in the air out toward right field, and that's going to be in for a hit. Takes a turn at first, but now back to the bag safely. So Sam Ayers has the second Cass hit of the game and stands at first. Brings up Chaz Wilson, the Cass catcher. That's actually Winston Turner, who started the game as the designated hitter, now playing second. Wilson lines it back through the middle for a base hit. So 1 out in the inning. And the Colonels come up with back-to-back hits. Sam Ayers, a single to right, and Chaz Wilson, a rope back up the middle. And they have a couple of base runners with 1 out for Dylan Williams. So Dylan Williams digs in to face the left-handed pitching Osley. Comes set, and Williams swung right through a changeup. Ayers leads from second. We get the courtesy runner Caleb Black down at first for Chaz Wilson, the catcher. And the pitch misses low. Williams 0 for 2 in this one. Struck out and grounded out. And the 1-1 pitch swung on and missed again. So the left-hander takes his sign, looks in, and his 1-2 pitch now to Dylan Williams is swung on and missed. Way outside, and Williams chased it. So now 2 outs in the inning, and that will bring up Sam Russell, the designated hitter. Jacob Osley on in relief for the starter Garrett McClurg. And he missed high with the first pitch to Russell. 4-0. Troup leads Cass as the Colonels bat in the bottom of the 6th. Troup with a run in the first and then 3 more after 2 outs. And the Cass committed 3 errors in the 6th. Now the catcher Foster out to have a brief chat with his pitcher Osley. So the count's at 1-1, 2 outs in the inning. Ayers leads from second. Caleb Black with a short lead at first. First baseman playing behind him down there. Osley comes set and throws a strike over the outside edge. So now Sam Russell behind in the count 1-2. Osley looks in, comes set, and missed outside. Same pitch he got Dylan Williams on, the batter before. So now his 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. And the Colonels are retired in their half of the 6th. They do get a couple of hits, but they leave those runners stranded at first and second. We've now played 6 full innings, and Troup leads Cass 4-0. We move to the top half of the 7th. Troup leading Cass 4-0. Troup with 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors. Cass, no runs, 3 hits now, but they made 4 errors. One that really didn't matter early in the game, but the 3 errors in the 6th with 2 outs in the inning are haunting the Colonels as we move to the 7th. So Troup will send their 9, 1, and 2 hitters to the plate. And we're not 100% sure with what they did with their batting order there. They've removed their designated hitter. So we'll catch that as they come to the plate. C.J. Tatum, the 9 hitter and right fielder, will lead things off against Dylan Williams here in the 7th. First pitch hit sharply past third, but foul for strike 1. Might be the hardest hit ball we've seen in the game, but it was foul. Top of the 7th, we're in game 1 of a doubleheader tonight. The round of 16 in the Class 4A state playoffs. Curveball from Williams. Missed high. Now a 1-1 pitch from Williams. Little dribbler hit out toward Matt Brown, and he missed that one. So when it rains, it pours. Another error for the Colonel's second baseman. And that brings up the shortstop, Brandon Butts. Breaking ball, bunted, foul at the plate. And this is the part of the, when you include the 9 hitter, this is the part of the Troup order that has exhibited a lot of speed. And that's where they've created a little bit of havoc throughout the game for the Colonel's defense. And now with Tatum reaching on the air and nobody out, they threaten here again in the 7th, up 4-0. Bunting again, pops straight up in the air. Wilson caught it, now throws to first, but not in time. So the bunt attempt fails for Butts. He bunted it straight up in the air, and the catcher, Wilson, just reached out and caught it. Then fired to first, but too late to get Tatum down at first. So 1 out now, and it brings up Jared Adams, who's 1 for 3. Throw over to first, not in time. Game 2 will follow about 25 or 30 minutes after runner goes, and he was so far along, Wilson had no chance there. So the stolen base on the called strike by Tatum. So Williams comes set again. And the batter, Adams, takes a called strike again. He looked at his third base coach like he thought the runner was going to take off again. On the stolen base, Tatum was way down the line before the pitch even arrived at the plate. Curveball from Williams, called strike 3. So there's 2 outs. So that's now 7 strikeouts for Dylan Williams. And brings up Jonathan Foster, who's 0 for 3. Takes a pitch over the inside edge that was just off the edge for ball 1. That one's hit high and deep into left field. Gore's looking up, and that one's out of here. So a 2-run homer for the catcher, Jonathan Foster. And the Tigers have taken a 6-0 lead. So Troup now with a 6-0 lead, and they send, and this is the part of the order we were trying to catch up with, Osley to the plate. Who is in as the relief pitcher, and he takes 2 pitches for a ball. Two-one pitch now, popped up in the air. Ayers and Brown are back there. Brown calls him off, makes the catch, and there's the 3rd out of the inning. But the Tigers strike for 2 more on the 2-run blast, and they lead it as the Colonels come to bat in the bottom of the 7th, trailing 6-0.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Well, it's 6-0 now, Troup County. 6 runs on 5 hits. The big 2-run home run there gives them even more separation as the Colonels will come to the plate and try to do some damage in the bottom half of the 7th against Osley, who's in there in relief of starter Garrett McClurg, who was solid through 5 innings. Cast with only 3 hits in the contest. So they've not hit it in this one, and they've made defensive blunders as well. They've committed 5 errors, 4 that were costly. The error contributed to that 2-run inning as well because it extended the inning and led to the home run. So Hunter Southern will come to the plate now to face Osley here in the bottom of the 7th. Southern, Yoslin, and Gore due up for the Colonels. First pitch hit on the ground out toward first. Fielded there by Adams. He steps on the bag. And 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 7th. Brings up first baseman Alex Yoslin. He has a strikeout and has flied out to right field. First pitch from the southpaw, miss outside. Osley winds and delivers, and it's hit on the ground. Right back to the pitcher. Osley, he flips to first. And now the Colonels are down to their final out in game 1. Brings up left fielder Austin Gore. Now with 2 outs in the 7th. Game 2 will follow approximately 20 to 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Troup in control here with 2 outs in the 7th, leading it 6-0. And if they hold on here, they will try to close out the series in the nightcap. Cass will be battling to try to extend it to a third game. First pitch to Gore, fouled back against the screen. Chris Morton waits on deck if Gore could reach. Troup 6 runs on 5 hits, no errors. Cass, no runs, 3 hits, and they've committed 5 errors. Next pitch to Gore is a called strike at the knees. So the count's at 0-2. And Troup is 1 strike away from winning game 1. And there it is. So the swing and the miss wraps things up here in game 1 as the Troup Tigers, behind excellent pitching from Garrett. I lost the name. I'm sorry, folks. Garrett McClurg, and then his reliever Osley, as they shut down the Colonels and win game 1 by a final score of 6-0. We'll be back to wrap this one up and get ready for game 2 right after these messages.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Okay, your final in game 1, Troup County wins the first one 6-0 behind the outstanding pitching of Garrett McClurg and Osley, who came in to close it out over the final 2 innings. McClurg with 6 strikeouts, he only walked 1, did not give up a run, obviously, as the Colonels were shut out in this one. Then Osley came in and finished it up with 2 shutout innings, gave up a couple of hits. McClurg only allowed 1 hit. Osley had 3 strikeouts in that one. The Troup Tigers scored really the only run they would need in the top of the first. Took a 1-0 lead. They added 3 more in the 6th as the Colonels committed 3 errors in the inning to contribute to that after 2 were out and nobody was on. There's 3 errors in the inning, and it leads to 3 Troup runs. They added 2 more on a Foster home run in the 7th inning and go on to win game 1 by a final score of 6-0. Adams, Foster, Osley, and Halcomb, along with Tatum, had the hits for Troup County. Ayers, Wilson, and Gore had the 3 hits for Cass. Dylan Williams went the distance all 7 innings. He gave up 5 hits 6 runs, but only 1 was earned. That goes all the way back to that first inning run because there was 3 errors in the 6th, and then there was an error before the home run in the 7th that led to those 2 unearned runs. He did strike out 9, but Troup County hands Dylan Williams only his second loss of the year as he falls to 7-2 on his pitching record of the year, and the Colonels fall to 18-11. Troup also moves to 18-11 with that victory.
Well, that will wrap up game 1. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes with game 2. Thank you for joining us for Cass Baseball presented by Mountain Dew.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
take this moment to inform you that Cass High School is an alcohol and tobacco-free school zone. The use of these products by players, coaches, students, and spectators is strictly prohibited. Also, the Georgia High School Athletic Association would like for you to know that the GHSA and its member schools have made a commitment to promote good sportsmanship by student athletes, coaches, and spectators at all GHSA sanctioned events. Profanity, degrading remarks, and intimidating actions directed at officials or competitors will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from the event site. Spectators are not allowed to enter the competition area during warm-ups or while the contest is being conducted. Thank you for your cooperation in the promotion of good sportsmanship at today's event. The Cass Baseball Dugout Club would like to let everyone know that the concession stand is located behind home plate. The concession stand has an assortment of foods, snacks, and beverages that will satisfy your refreshment needs. Please help support the Cass High Baseball Dugout Club by visiting our concession stand throughout the game.
Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex in White, Georgia, where we're just about ready to begin Game 2, the Cass Colonels and the Troup County Tigers. In Game 2 of their best-of-3 series, Troup taking Game 1 earlier this evening by a final score of 6-0. And they will be now the home team here in Game 2. You see that our two head coaches are meeting with the umpiring crew at home plate, exchanging their lineup cards and reaffirming the ground rules here at Cass High School for Game 2. So we're just about ready for baseball in Game 2 of this best-of-3 series between the Troup Tigers and the Cass Colonels. We'll take a break and we'll be back to talk about the lineups and ready for Game 2 right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Okay, back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex. The starting lineups are being introduced here for Game 2. Troup taking Game 1 by a final score of 6-0. Cass will be the visiting team now in Game 2. Brandon Etheridge will be the starting pitcher for the Colonels in Game 2. 12 appearances on the year, 53 and two-thirds innings pitched, 75 strikeouts, a 5-4 record on the season for Etheridge with a 2.87 ERA and a batting average against him of .229. So Brandon Etheridge will be the starting pitcher in this one for the Colonels, who will bat first in this one. Let's take a look at how they will line it up defensively for Game 2. Yoslin, Morton, and Gore across the outfield, left, center, and right. In the infield, Dylan Williams, who was the Game 1 losing pitcher, will be at first base. Matt Brown will be back at second base. Sam Ayers at short. Hunter Southern at third. Etheridge on the mound, and Chaz Wilson will once again be behind the plate as the Colonels will try to extend the series here in Game 2. They must win now to force a third game tomorrow night. It would be here at 5:30 if the Colonels could win game 2. Troup County will send Jared Adams to the mound for game 2. Adams was the game 2 starter against Eastside last week. Gave up a couple of runs in the top of the first inning and then shut out Eastside over the last 4 innings in a 5-inning victory of 12-2. So Jared Adams, who started at second base, finished the last game at first base, will be the game 2 starter for the Troup Tigers. Out there taking his warm-up tosses before we get ready to go here. In game 2, we'll try to run up the Cass batting order. You see Etheridge will lead things off, followed by Ayers and Wilson. Dylan Williams will again bat 4th. Sam Russell, the DH, will bat 5th. Hunter Southern will hit in the 6th spot, followed by Yoslin, Gore, and Morton for Coach Adam Williams. So we are ready to go as Brandon Etheridge steps in to face Adams. And the first pitch missed outside for a ball. Thank you for joining us. Game 2 of this series between the Colonels and the Tigers. Troup winning game 1 by a score of 6-0. So Adams falls behind 2-0, and then Etheridge fouled the next one off. So the count at 2-1 now. Now 3-1 to Etheridge, who again is the leadoff hitter, but in this one will be pitching. Played center field in game 1. Next pitch swung on and missed. So the count goes full to the Cass Jr. right-hand pitcher in this one. And he called that one strike 3. Etheridge didn't think so. But too close to take, and there's one out in the inning. Brings up shortstop Sam Ayers. Colonels held to only 3 hits in game 1. Ayers, Wilson, and Gore had those 3 hits for Cass. They fell behind 1-0, stayed that way a long time till they had a tough 6th inning where they committed 3 errors. Troup moved to a 4-0 lead and then added a 2-run homer following another error in the 7th to win it 6-0. Cass really unable to solve the Troup pitching. That one missed outside. And the count's at 1-2. Curveball, missed low. So a 2-2 pitch now due to Sam Ayers. Cass senior shortstop hitting in the 2 spot. And he hit it right back through the middle. Shortstop comes across, cuts it off, throws across to first. Good play by the first baseman Osley to stretch and hold the bag. And they get Ayers on a very good play by the shortstop, Brandon Butts. That brings up senior catcher Chaz Wilson. 2 down in the inning. Just underway, top of the first, game 2. Best of 3 series between Troup and Cass. We're at the Cass High Athletic Complex in White, Georgia. Troup leads the series 1-0. Pitch to Wilson, hit off the end of the bat in foul territory. Osley dives for it, just missed it. So Wilson stays alive. And the count evens at 1-1. Good effort there by Osley, who got the save in game one with 2 innings of work. Pitch low to Wilson. So with 2 outs in the inning, Cass 3-hitter and catcher Wilson steps back in to face a 2-1 pitch from Adams, and it's a called strike at the knees. So Jared Adams evens the count at 2-2 to Wilson. Winds and delivers. And Wilson hit it on a rope out toward left field, back toward the wall and off the wall. Wilson late making his turn at first. And he thought about going to second, but they get it back in quickly and he has the hold at first. So Wilson hit it off the wall and left. It bounced right back to Headley, who got it back in. And it's just a long single. And now he'll get a courtesy runner, Caleb Black. So that brings up Dylan Williams. But before he steps in, we'll get more baseballs delivered to home plate by assistant coach Tim Ayers. So 2 outs in the inning, and Dylan Williams will step in to face Jared Adams with Caleb Black running for Wilson down at first. And there's another long fly ball hit out towards center field, but the center fielder short of the track. Halcomb makes the catch, and there's the 3rd out in the top of the first. So the Colonels strand a runner at first. We've played a half inning. No score, and Troup coming to bat. No score for the Colonels in the top of the first. They are the visiting team here in Game 2 of the series, even though they are the host team. They failed to score in the first. And now Troup County, winners of Game 1, 6-0, will send Butts, Adams, and Foster to the plate here in the bottom of the first to face Game 2 starter for the Colonels, Brandon Etheridge. Cass Playoff Baseball presented by Mountain Dew. Glad you could join us for Game 2 here. Troup and Cass in the Quad A Sweet 16. Ground ball to Matt Brown. He fields it cleanly, throws on to first, and 1 pitch, 1 out. So that brings up the pitcher, Jared Adams. Etheridge takes his sign and fouled that one back off the helmet of Wilson. Oh, 1 delivery from Etheridge. Missed outside. So our count at 1-1. Etheridge looks in for his sign, kicks and fires, missed low, 2-1. One out. We're in the bottom of the first. And there's a fastball strike at the knees. The umpiring crew has rotated for this game 2, but similar strike zone to the first game based on that pitch. Another fastball right in there, strike 3. So now 2 down here in the bottom of the first, and it brings up Jonathan Foster. Breaking ball from Etheridge, stayed outside. Etheridge, like the 2 starters in the first game, working very quickly, throws another curveball that's called a strike. And the Troup fans complaining about that call. We've not heard a lot of complaining out of either side about balls and strikes, but the Tiger fans did not like that call. Another curveball that's called a ball. So the count now at 2-1 to Jonathan Foster. Maybe the complaining worked. Fastball missed low. So now a 3-1 pitch due to Jonathan Foster, and it's popped over the screen foul. So our count now full at 3-2. Etheridge kicks and fires, and he missed low, and the Tigers have their first base runner. So now we'll get a timeout because that's the catcher, Foster, that reached on the walk, and we'll get a courtesy runner for him. It will be number 23, and that is Cameron.
Courtesy runner, number 23,
Miles Cameron. Checks in down at first, and 2 outs in the inning. Troup already has shown really good speed on the bases. They've created some defensive pressure and havoc for the Colonels in game 1 with base runners. Cameron takes his lead at first. Etheridge delivers a curveball to the plate that stayed high. This is Jacob Osley, first baseman and left-handed hitter. Delivery to the plate stayed high again. So there's ball 2. Osley picked up a 2-inning closing save in game 1. Throw over to first. Dylan Williams holding Cameron there. Etheridge fires over, but Cameron's back in easily as Etheridge comes set for his 2-0 pitch. Fastball called a strike. Bottom of the first of game 2. Troup leads the series 1-0 following their 6-0 win in game 1. Base runner takes off to steal, and Chaz Wilson fires a strike to Sam Ayers to cut down Cameron and end the threat in the first inning. So the caught stealing goes 2-6, and that will end the first inning for the Tigers and retire Cameron on the steal attempt down at second base. We'll go to the second. Still scoreless. All right, Jared Adams back on the mound for Troup. As we move to the top of the second, the Colonels will send DH Sam Russell, third baseman Hunter Southern, and left fielder Alex Yoslin to the plate to face Adams here in the second. Cass, the visiting team in game 2 of this series. They trail 1 game to none. They must win this game to extend the series to a third game. A win by Troup, and they move on to the Elite 8. First pitch to Russell, missed low. Russell hitless in game 1. Digs back in. And the pitch from the right-hander is swung on and missed. Adams with a playoff pitching win last week against Eastside in a 5-inning 12-2 victory. One-two pitch. Just missed outside, ball 2. So the 2-2 delivery now to the Cass DH is dribbled back up the middle off the edge of the mound. Shortstop fields it. That's Butts, and he throws on to Osley at first for the first out of the inning. So it took a little funny bounce off the side of the mound as it dribbled back through the middle. But Butts had no trouble with it. And Sam Russell is retired for the first out of the second inning. Brings up Hunter Southern, the third baseman. High fastball that Southern chased. Adams also working quickly. Ground ball back through the middle, and Hunter Southern has a base hit. So a ground ball back through the middle is the second Cass hit of the game. And left fielder Alex Yoslin will stride to the plate. With 1 out. Lights on here as the sunlight begins to fade a bit. First pitch to Yoslin is fouled right back and hits one of the standard poles behind home plate. Next pitch is a breaking ball that missed. So the count's at 1-1, with Southern taking his lead down at first. 1 out in the inning. We're in the top of the second. Breaking ball, swung and missed. Tried to check his swing, but went too far. And Yoslin is in a 1-2 hole. Austin Gore waits on deck. Adams comes set, and he missed inside for ball 2. Adams checks his runner, takes his sign, comes set, and throws a curveball that froze Yoslin for strike 3. So now 2 outs, and it brings up right fielder Austin Gore. Played left field in game 1, playing right field now in game 2. Southern, who singled earlier in the inning, still waits at first, but now 2 outs in the inning. Throw over, and he's back safely. Cass Baseball presented by Mountain Dew. We're in Game 2, Sweet 16 series between Troup and Cass. Troup won the first game 6-0. There's a called strike at the knees. Cass, the visiting team in this one, batting in the top of the second. Slow breaking ball. It stayed high. Chris Morton, playing center field in this one, waits on deck if Gore can reach. And another breaking ball that missed inside. Nope, they say it got the edge for a called strike. So now the count 1-2 to Austin Gore. And it's a fastball that missed outside. Adams didn't think so. He headed toward the dugout. So now he looks in for his sign and comes set for the 2-2 pitch. And that one missed low as well. So now the count full. We should see Hunter Southern, once the throw comes to the plate, take off on the 3-2 two-out pitch. They'll throw over to first instead. It's not a bad move, just in case Southern takes off too soon. And now he's off on the pitch, swung on and missed by Austin Gore for strike 3 and out number 3. So the Colonels do get a hit in the inning. They strand the runner at first. We've played an inning and a half. Still no score in game 2.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Brandon Etheridge back out on the mound for the second inning for the Colonels, as Troup, the home team in this game, batting in the bottom half of each inning. We'll send Osley, Hadley, and Turner to the plate to face the Cass Jr. right-hander, taking his final warm-up tosses. Troup won game 1, 6-0. So looking for the sweep here in game 2. Cass looking to extend the series to a third game that would be tomorrow here at Cass at 5:30 if the Colonels can come back and win game 2. We're scoreless as Troup bats in the bottom of the second. Jacob Osley takes a ball inside to lead off the second. Etheridge, who always works quickly, throws a fastball in there that's hit into center field by the diving Matt Brown. And there's the first hit of the game for the Tigers. So that brings up Dalton Hadley, the left fielder, with a runner down at first and nobody out. Game 1 was 1-0 for a long time. We went all the way to the 6th. And then 3 costly Cass errors led to a 3-run 6th for Troup, and they went on to win it 6-0, and that one went right through the mitt of Wilson, all the way to the screen. A tailing fastball that off his glove and went to the screen. So that's the second pass ball on Wilson in this series. One-0 pitch now from Etheridge. Called a strike at the knees. So Osley now stands down at second in scoring position with nobody out. Breaking ball is way out there, and that one's a wild pitch that goes to the screen. So after Osley reaches on a base hit, we have a passed ball and then a wild pitch, and he stands at third now, just 90 feet away with nobody out. As Hadley looks at his coach for a sign to see how they play it here. Fastball is called a strike. So the 2-2 delivery now from Etheridge. Swung on and missed with a high fastball. And there's one out. So one out in the inning now with a runner at third. And it brings up Winston Turner, the second baseman. He started last game as the designated hitter and then moved into second. Cast with the infield in on the grass. Curveball that missed low. Wilson blocked it. Osley leading from third. Still only one out. With Etheridge working from the stretch, fastball went right by him. And evens the count at 1-1. So we're early, just in the bottom of the second, but a big spot here. And they're squeezing. Runner breaking from third, but the bunt attempt by Turner was fouled off at the plate. So the count now at 1-2, and the runner returns to third. So Coach Craig Garner calling for the squeeze there, but they don't execute on the bunt. There's a sharp ground ball hit back up the middle. Throw to the plate to Wilson, who made a nice scoop and a tag to retire the base runner Osley at the plate and keep the Tigers off the board. So with the infield in, it pays off that time. The ground ball hit out there to Sam Ayers, who fired it to Wilson at the plate to retire Osley. Turner reaches on the fielder's choice. 2 down in the inning now and a runner at first. Good play on both ends there. Etheridge with a fastball strike at the knees. Tyler Bunn, the hitter. He's the designated hitter in this one. Another left-handed batter. Turner taking his lead at first. And the pitch is fouled against the screen, as you could tell, near our crowd mic. So 2 strikes now to Tyler Bunn. They throw over to first. Pretty close play over there, but Turner's back in. Halcomb, the center fielder, waits on deck. Curveball from Etheridge, stayed high. Pretty close there as well. So now a 1-2 pitch from Brandon Etheridge. Another breaking ball, fouled off at the plate. Bounced up into Wilson's gear. And we'll see another 1-2 offering to Tyler Bunn. But not before we have a throw over to first to chase back Turner. Etheridge working from the stretch now with 2 outs, comes set, and his pitch to the plate missed low. So the count now at 2-2 to the Tigers' designated hitter. 2-2 pitch fouled against the screen again. So a pretty good battle going here between Tyler Bunn and Brandon Etheridge. 2 outs in the bottom of the second, runner at first. And the curveball from Etheridge is called strike 3. Chaz Wilson dropped it briefly but reached up and tagged the batter. And there's out number 3. So the Tigers have a hit in the inning. They strand a runner at first. The Colonels, with the infield in, cut down the runner attempting to score at the plate. Will move to the 3rd inning now, and we're still scoreless.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
We move to the top of the 3rd. Cass and Troup now scoreless in game 2. Troup took game 1 by a score of 6-0. They lead the series 1-0. Cass, the visiting team now in game 2, will send their 9, 1, and 2 hitters to the plate. Chris Morton, Brandon Etheridge, and Sam Ayers here in the top of the 3rd. Facing Jared Adams, game 2 starter for the Troup Tigers. First pitch from Adams. Hit sharply past Coach Adam Williams, Cass head coach and third base coach. But well foul. Cass with 2 hits, Troup with 1, as the Colonels bat here in the top of the 3rd. Chris Morton playing center field with Etheridge pitching. Batting ninth, that's his normal spot. Digs back in there, and he lined it back through the middle for a base hit. So a line drive leadoff single for sophomore Chris Morton, and he stands down at first with the Cass top of the order coming to the plate. Brandon Etheridge, Colonel's pitcher in this one, struck out looking his first time. So Morton will take a lead down at first. Osley holding him about 2 steps off the bag at first. Kind of centering himself between the bag and where Morton's taking his lead. First pitch is a called strike. Now they throw across and chase back Morton. He's back in. And Adams looks in for his sign, comes set, and missed outside. Brandon Etheridge looking for his first hit in the series. Squares, bunts it up in the air. The pitcher dives, throws to first, bounced it over there, and it's an infield hit. That's an infield hit on the bunt. Little bunt that popped up in the air. The first baseman dives to try to field it in the air, then tried to throw from his knees ineffectively. And on the bunt, Brandon Etheridge is in there. Morton moves up to second, and now the Tigers infield gets together. So Morton is at second. Brandon Etheridge, after that bunt single, stands at first. And Sam Ayers, senior shortstop, steps in with Cass having a little something going here in the top of the third. Ayers squared as though he would bunt, but he took a pitch low for a ball. The Troup infield was all on the move. They brought the first baseman in on the grass, maybe expecting another bunt. 1-0 pitch to Ayers. Miss low. And that's the pitch we saw called a strike a lot in game one. That was marginal. 2-0 now to Ayers. It's popped up in the air, but it's going to get out of play over behind the Cass first base dugout. Chaz Wilson, who hit it off the left field wall back in the first, waits on deck. Ended up being a long single as the ricochet came right back to the left fielder. Next pitch to Ayers, bunted out to the pitcher, and he bobbled it, and he's going to reach. Everybody's safe on the bunt attempt. So another bunt single. So now, Coach Craig Garner wants to talk to his troops, so he heads to the mound as the Colonels have loaded the bases here with some small ball in the top of the third. And they send their senior catcher, Chaz Wilson, to the plate to face Jared Adams. Still nobody out. And Coach Adam Williams has a brief chat with Wilson. But now he makes his way back up to his coaching position as the discussion around the mound continues. Coach Craig Garner and his entire infield. So he wants to make sure the Tigers know how they're going to play another bunt. So they announced Dylan Williams, but it will be Chaz Wilson hitting in the 3 spot. Now they get it right. Nobody out in the inning. And Jared Adams throws a fastball strike right through there. Wilson took it all the way. So a big spot here is the Colonels trying to take their first lead of the night. And Wilson fouled it off over the screen, but he's behind now, 0-2. So even a deep fly ball would likely score a run here. Infield at normal depth for Troup. The wind and delivery missed outside. And the Troup fans, the catcher set up about 3 feet outside, and they wanted that one called a strike. It did hit his mitt. He didn't have to move, but he was set up in the batter's box. 1-2 pitch now from Jared Adams. Breaking ball, and he struck him out. So Wilson down on strikes for the first out of the inning. And it brings up Dylan Williams with the bases still loaded. So the Colonels have loaded the bases, nobody out. And looking to score their first run of this series. They were shut out in game 1, 6-0. First pitch to Williams, called strike at the knees. So Jared Adams has righted his ship thus far. Winds and delivers. The 0-1 is off the plate for ball one. Chris Morton at first, Etheridge at second, Ayers at first. And the curveball is hit in the air out toward left field and over his head. It's up against the wall. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. They're going to wave the 3rd runner, the play at the plate, and he's going to be way out of there. And they've called him out at the plate, but Dylan Williams stands at 3rd. They call Sam Ayers out at home plate. But the Colonels do score a couple of runs. So it's a long double. Off the wall out there, or over the head of the left fielder, Hadley. Morton and Etheridge score, and then Ayers is retired on the relay throw. And Williams moves up to 3rd on the throw, on the play. So now a runner at 3rd and 2 outs, but the Colonels have scored 2 runs. That's the 6th Cass hit. First pitch to Sam Russell, fouled over the first base side, over the dugout and out into the parking lot. So the Colonels have scored their first 2 runs and have taken their first lead of this series. Next pitch missed low and away. So the count's at 1-1. 2 outs in the inning. Dylan Williams takes his lead down at 3rd. The windup. And the ball's hit in the air out towards center field. Halcomb is underneath it. Makes the catch, and there's out number 3. But the Colonels do strike for a couple of runs in the top of the 3rd. On 4 hits, they strand a runner at 3rd. And now we'll move to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Cass leads Troup County 2-0. Playoff baseball on GHSA.TV and the PlayOnSports.com network. Presented by Mountain Dew, the Cass Colonels and the Troup Tigers in the Sweet 16 round of the Class Quad A state playoffs. Troup County took game 1 6-0. Cass leads here as we go to the bottom of the 3rd, 2-0. Brandon Etheridge returns to the mound, the starter for Cass here in the 3rd, and he throws a strike right through there. Facing center fielder Bo Halcomb. Wind and delivery by Etheridge again. These Troup hitters are all over the plate. And you can see why it's creating some problems for pitchers, catchers, even umpires, how close they are to the plate. And Coach Adam Williams, I'll tell you in just a second, there's a curveball called a strike. Just stepped about 4 steps out of the dugout area to say something about where the Troup hitters are standing. Another fastball missed low. So the count's at 2-2 to Bo Halcomb, the center fielder, hitting in the 8th spot. C.J. Tatum waits on deck. Little ground ball hit out on the right side. Chased down by Etheridge, and no one can get there in time. He hit it in no man's land, and there's a base hit for the Tigers on the infield. So we haven't seen a lot of hard hit balls, but balls put in play in the right spots. And that's just a little swinging bunt single. And brings up C.J. Tatum. Etheridge now working from the stretch. Bunt attempt offered, and there's strike one. So Halcomb swinging away, but just kind of squibbed it out between the pitcher, the second baseman, and the first baseman. Squares to bunt again, but takes it high. Etheridge threw a hard curveball that stayed high. Hunter Southern, the cast third baseman, has creeped all the way in on the grass. Throw over to first to chase back Halcomb. Trying to see if the batter will tip his cards. Squares to bunt again, and now bunts it foul for strike two. So we'll see how Coach Craig Garner plays it here with 2 strikes on his number 9 hitter. Nobody out in the inning. He's been trying to bunt the runner over, but now with 2 strikes, we'll see if he keeps the bunt on or lets him swing away. Etheridge just stepped back off the rubber. And now Coach Garner wants to know what happened there. He thought Etheridge balked. And it did look strange. But apparently the ruling was that he had stepped back off the rubber. So now there's a long discussion between the second base umpire and the Troup head coach. He just wants to know what happened there, and obviously they're going to disagree. So that conversation is over. And now Tatum will step back in there. It's a 1-2 count with Halcomb down at first for the Tigers. Nobody out in the inning. Etheridge from the stretch threw a curveball that hit him. So the Troup Tigers, who we know had at least 4 batters hit by pitches in their first series, have had 3 hit by pitches in this series. They are all over home plate. So now we'll get a visit to the mound by cast pitching coach Kyle Clayton. Etheridge, Wilson, and Clayton will talk it over, and in the meantime, Coach Garner will bring over all of his base runners, his hitter, and his on deck hitter, and they'll have a discussion up the third base side. So now everybody returns back to their spots. Still nobody out in the inning. And we're back to the top of the order. Brandon Butts steps in. And now Dylan Williams, the first baseman, in on the grass for the Colonels. Matt Brown, the second baseman, playing at about midway up in the dirt. Not at his normal depth. Etheridge throws a curveball, and it's bunted up the third base line. The second base runner breaks late, and they get a force play at third. And I am not sure what happened to Halcomb there. He did not break from second base. Etheridge battled to get to that one in time and throws to Hunter Southern for a force play at third. So the bunt attempt there just ends up in a fielder's choice. Great hustle play there by Brandon Etheridge to get the out. So now Tatum at second and Butts at first. And it brings up Jared Adams, the pitcher, with 1 out in the inning and still runners at first and second. First pitch missed low. Next one is fouled out into the parking lot. So now a 1-1 count to the Tigers' Game 2 pitcher. 1 out in the inning. Etheridge steps back off the rubber. Wilson's going to go out and make sure they have the signs correct. With the runner down at second, Tatum looking in. We're in Game 2, bottom of the 3rd inning. Troup batting as the home team in Game 2. They were the visiting team in Game 1. If there is a Game 3, they'll toss a coin to determine who the home team will be, but the site will be here at Cass High School if there is a Game 3, and it will be at 5:30 tomorrow. But a long way to go at this point. We're only in the bottom of the 3rd. Curveball from Etheridge is called a strike. So now a 1-2 pitch due to Jared Adams. Etheridge comes set and sailed a curveball high. And I don't know where Adams is going. That's just ball 2. And now they got the runner leaving 3rd, and they're going to tag him out. And he's out of there. Yes. They just tried a trick play on a 2-2 pitch. The count was only 2-2. I think they just tried a trick play, and Etheridge caught what was going on. The batter went down to first. Everybody started acting like they were just going to move up a base. Etheridge knew that the count was only 2-2, and they tagged out the lead runner going to 3rd. So what should happen here is the runner that was at first is going to remain at second, and the batter's got to come back with a 2-2 count. The count is only 2-2. Wasn't even close to a 3-2 count. It was a 1-2 pitch. And now Craig Garner's just trying to pull a fast one here. The count was 1-2. We have it here on video. We had it 1-2 on the scoreboard out there. I'm not sure what this is all about. I think it was just a trick play, and it backfired. The runner at 3rd is out. The batter's got to come back. The guy at second is going to get to stay because it's, in effect, a double steal attempt, but they retired the runner trying to go to 3rd. So the count should be 2-2. And we'll see what they have here at the plate. So now Coach Adam Williams having a long discussion with the home plate umpire. Over where they're going to leave the base runners, I suppose. But as we have it here, there's 2 outs in the inning and a 2-2 count to Jared Adams. So the trick play attempt by Coach Craig Garner backfired. So far. He did end up with a runner still at second, but now 2 outs in the inning. And we're still waiting on this home plate umpire to signal the count. And he's got 2-2. So we did have it correct, and he did too, to his credit. So now the 2-2 pitch is hit on the ground out towards short. Sam Ayers fields, throws across. Dylan Williams with a beautiful scoop at first, and the Tigers are retired in the bottom of the third. What a play. So, what an interesting half inning. We'll go to the fourth. Cass leads Troup 2-0. Okay, we'll go to the top of the fourth. Cass leading it 2-0 after quite an interesting half inning in the bottom of the third. Folks, give Brandon Etheridge a lot of credit there for two really good plays in that inning. Number one on the bunt attempt where he fielded the bunt and from the seat of his pants tossed over to Hunter Southern to retire the lead runner and get a force play at third. And then on a 1-2 pitch, the batter at the plate and both base runners took off to their next bases as though it was ball four. It was a 1-2 pitch, and Etheridge was not fooled, so he just ran over and tagged the lead runner for the second out. Now, the runner at first did make it to second, and then there was a long argument or discussion by Troup coach Craig Garner about the count, and the home plate umpire was having none of those shenanigans. And then Etheridge got the next batter, or the batter that was returned to the plate, to ground out to short on a nice play by Ayers and Williams on the scoop to retire the Tigers in the third. So we go to the top of the fourth now. Cass still leading it 1-0, and Hunter Southern steps to the plate, swings and misses. Next pitch, missed outside. So Southern, who had a hit his first time, looks at a ball low. So the count now at 2-1. The interesting part of all of that, the Troup fans never reacted because they've seen that play before. Swing and a miss. And the count's gone to 2-2. And the next one is hit into right field. Maybe close at first. Right fielder comes up throwing and threw it all the way to the screen. So Hunter Southern reaches on a single now. He may try for third, and he will. He's coming all the way to third, and it's a single and a two-base error. So a single and an error on the play. Give him a single to right field and an error on the throw, and it's a two-base error. So the base hit into right field by Southern allows him to reach, and then when C.J. Tatum tried to throw him out at first, he threw it all the way to the backstop. It missed the first baseman and the catcher trying to back him up on the play, and Southern goes all the way to third on the throwing error by Tatum. So the Tigers commit their first error. And it brings up Alex Yoslin, who looks at a curveball strike. Next one swung on and missed by Yoslin. So he's in an 0-2 hole. So 7 hits now for the Colonels. Next pitch is over the outside edge, called strike 3. And Yoslin is retired again on strikes. So that's going to bring up Austin Gore, the right fielder, with 1 out in the inning. So Hunter Southern leads off the 4th with a sharp single to right field. The right fielder came charging and was going to have a play at first base that would have been close, but his throw was really wide and missed both the first baseman and the catcher trying to back him up. Went all the way to the screen, and Hunter Southern never missed a stride. He went all the way to third. Next pitch to Gore, tipped into the glove of Foster. So the count's at 1-1. Gore asks for time and steps back in now, gets set. And our pitch from Adams is a called strike. So that one was catching a piece of the outside corner, I suppose. And it's 1-2. Looked a little wide from up here. And he got him on strikes. So back-to-back strikeouts are huge there for Jared Adams after the leadoff batter went all the way to third, and it's going to bring up Chris Morton with 2 outs. Morton singled his first time. Digs in to face Jared Adams now with 2 outs in the inning. And the first pitch missed high and appeared to be outside. Next pitch swung on and missed. So Southern made it all the way to third with nobody out. And now back-to-back strikeouts. Have 2 outs in the inning. The runner still stranded at third. Pitch to Morton. Swung on and missed again. So pitcher Jared Adams has found another gear after the miscue. We'll see what Morton can do with 2 strikes on him now. And he missed low with the pitch. So that's a big run down at third if the Colonels could convert. And now a 2-2 pitch from Jared Adams to Chris Morton is fouled off at the plate and may have gotten a piece of Morton on the play. Morton acts as though that got a piece of him, but he did foul it at the plate. Don't know exactly what happened there. Looked funny from up here. Home plate umpire with a little baseball courtesy again will sweep off the plate and give Morton a chance to gather himself. And now he'll step back in for a 2-2 pitch from Jared Adams. And here it comes. And he popped it foul over the screen. Playoff baseball on GHSA.TV and the PlayOnSports.com network, presented by Mountain Dew. We're in the top of the 4th, 2-2 pitch now. Right down the middle on a curveball, throws Morton. There's strike 3, and Jared Adams just pitched himself out of a jam with 3 strikeouts. Southern got all the way to third after the single and the 2-base error, and got stranded there as Adams struck out Yoslin, Gore, and Morton to end the inning. So we'll move to the bottom of the 4th now. Cass leads Troup in game 2, 2-0.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away,
open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
We head to the bottom of the fourth. Cass leading Troup 2-0. Interesting game two. Troup took game one 6-0. And now Cass leads here 2-0. Foster, Osley, and Hadley due up for Troup County to face Brandon Etheridge here in the bottom of the fourth. Still a big crowd on hand. They've been here all evening. They saw a really good pitching performance in game one by Troup, who shut the Colonels out 6-0. Garrett McClurg and Jacob Alsey combined for the shutout. Brandon Etheridge back on the mound to start the bottom of the fourth, and he missed with a curveball. Jonathan Foster, the catcher, up there for the Tigers. Fastball right through there, strike one. Etheridge winds, and his breaking pitch, they say missed. Two 2-1 now. Fastball strike over the outside edge. So now a 2-2 pitch due to the Tigers catcher, and he popped it up in the air down the right field line in foul territory, and it's drifting over toward the Colonel's hitting facility, and it's out of play. Gore, Williams, and Matt Brown all chased it down there. A lot of foul territory here, but that one made it all the way to the hitting facility over there that's in foul ground beyond the fence that lines the right field side. So a 2-2 pitch now to Jonathan Foster. Hit on the ground, foul past third. And the curveball from Etheridge missed high. So the count now has gone full.
Good job, kid. Let's go.
As Etheridge looks in for his sign and delivers. And it missed inside. And as close as these Troup batters are to the plate, it's just hard to believe that that's missing the plate. They are standing all over home plate. And Chaz Wilson, the catcher there, thought he had strike three. So now we're going to get a runner for the catcher. That's number 23. A courtesy runner. And that will be Miles Cameron again. These Troup hitters, as I've mentioned several times tonight, really just all over the plate. And any pitch that appears inside appears, from the Cass perspective, to catch the plate. And thus far, they've not gotten those calls. And they've had 3 hit batsmen to go along with that. So it just really feels like they are all over the plate in each at bat. A lot of these Troup hitters. First pitch, bunt attempt, fouled back against the screen. So this is the first baseman, Osley. Closed out game one on the mound. Left-handed hitter again, way up on the plate, squares again, bunts it foul up the first base side. And I'm not sure you can tell from our camera angle, but these hitters are really, really up on top of the plate. So an 0-2 pitch due to the Tigers' first baseman, but instead Etheridge throws over to first to chase back Cameron. Hadley, the left fielder, waits on deck. Nobody out in the inning. Curveball bounced up the first base side, but foul. So Miles Cameron, who's in there as the courtesy runner for Foster, will have to return to first. And the first baseman, Osley, will dig back in for an 0-2 pitch from Brandon Etheridge. Comes set and delivers, and it's fouled against the screen again. So the count's at 0-2. Miles Cameron taking his lead at first. Brandon Etheridge takes his sign. Comes set. And there's a ground ball hit out toward first. Dylan Williams fields it, steps on the bag. Just in time to retire Osley. But Miles Cameron moves up to second. On the ground ball out. So now the Tigers with a runner in scoring position. And now our home plate umpire is headed over to the Cass dugout to get some more baseballs. And Coach Williams hands him several. And probably mentioned something about where the Troup hitters are standing in many of their at-bats. Just a guess. So now the left fielder Hadley steps in with one out in the inning. And Miles Cameron leading from second. First pitch. Bounced up there. They want to ask for help. And they say, no, he didn't swing. Cass fans disagree there. I know he started his motion to swing. They say he checked it. Etheridge set again. And we'll look toward second. (2-0) our score. Cass leads it. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Game 2. Troup leads the series 1-0. Fastball right by Hadley for strike one. Two runs for the Colonels in the third. Only runs of this contest. Next pitch from Etheridge is a high fastball swung on and missed again. Cass 2 runs on 7 hits. Troup no runs, 2 hits. They've committed an error. Did not hurt them. And he struck him out. So Etheridge gets Hadley on a swinging strike 3. And it brings up second baseman Winston Turner. Two outs now in the inning. Turner reached on a fielder's choice his first time. Looks at a curveball in there for a strike. Miles Cameron taking his lead at second. Etheridge looks him back, and there's a little flare out into center field. It's going to be in for a hit and drive in a run. So the Tigers are on the board. Little base hit off the hands of Winston Turner out into center field. It's the third hit of the game by the Tigers, and it delivers a run to cut the Cass lead in half. So now Turner's at first, and it brings up Tyler Bunn. Breaking ball that stayed high. Chaz Wilson's throw back to Etheridge gets away briefly, but not very far. So the left-handed hitting Tyler Bunn steps back in there. Etheridge comes set and threw a fastball right by him. So the count now at 1-1 to the Tigers' designated hitter. Turner leads at first. Fastball missed high. So our count now at 2-1. Bunn steps back in to face Etheridge. And it's a fastball that missed low. So 2 outs in the inning, and the count now has gone 3-1 to the designated hitter Bunn hitting in the 7th spot. Halcomb waits on deck. Fastball missed high. And the Troup fans beginning to make some noise. Dylan Williams, the first baseman, steps in to speak to his junior pitcher, Brandon Etheridge. So now 2 base runners for the Tigers. They've scored here in the bottom of the 4th to cut the Cass lead to 2-1. They have runners at first and second, 2 outs in the inning, and Bo Halcomb, the center fielder, steps in. He's 1 for 1 with a little single, infield single, his first time. Takes a curveball for a strike. C.J. Tatum waits on deck. And now we get a timeout called by Coach Garner again. He wants to talk to his hitter, Bo Halcomb. So that meeting's over now. And we'll get an 0-1 pitch. Called strike on the breaking ball. So the count now at 0-2, 2 outs in the inning, runners at first and second, and the pitch is squibbed up the first baseline, foul. Looked like he hit that one right off the deck. Halcomb back to the plate now, steps in. And another 0-2 pitch from Etheridge. Breaking ball, called, strike 3. So Brandon Etheridge with a big strikeout there to end the inning. But not before Troup County scores a run on 1 hit. They leave 2. We'll go to the top of the 5th. Cass leads at 2-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
We move to the top of the 5th inning. Cass leading Troup 2-1. Jared Adams, who started this one, game 2 for the Tigers, back out on the hill. Cass will have the top of their order up. Brandon Etheridge, Sam Ayers, and Chaz Wilson. As we move to the top of the 5th. Cass, the visiting team in game 2. They lost game 1 6-0. Trying to force a game 3 that would be tomorrow night here at 5:30. Coach Garner of Troup has a lineup card in his hand. I'm not sure if he made any changes there or not. Nothing noticeable. It would be defensively, and it's not the pitcher. So we would have to catch it when they come to the plate. They're not signaling those to the press box tonight. Brandon Etheridge steps in to face Jared Adams. And looks at a fastball high that tailed away. Etheridge 1 for 2, singled and struck out. Steps back in for a 1-1 pitch from Adams. That's a called strike. And now the 1-2 is fouled away. And Etheridge with a defensive swing there because the pitch before had been called a strike in the same area. So he digs back in. And the 1-2 from Adams is called strike 3. So now there's one out as Etheridge goes down on strikes for the second time tonight in game 2. And it brings up Sam Ayers, who is also 1 for 2. He grounded out to short and has a single. And he fouled the first pitch straight back to the screen. We're in game 2. Cass leading it 2-1. We're in the top of the 5th. Cass the visiting team in game 2. They trail in the series 1-0. Troup won game 1, 6-0. Behind the pitching of McClurg and Alsey. The next pitch to Ayers is fouled away. But now the Cass shortstop down in the count 1-2 as Adams takes his sign, kicks and fires, and he popped it back toward the press box, but it just missed us. So we'll get another 1-2 pitch as soon as we get some more baseballs. Big crowd still on hand. They've been here all night. They saw Troup County win the first one in shutout fashion. Cass trying to force a game 3 that would be tomorrow night at 5:30 here at Cass. But they must win this game 2 to force a deciding game 3. Troup County with a win here would advance to the Elite 8. Breaking ball fouled off at the plate. Ayers entered this series with a .326 average on the year. Hitting .294 in the postseason. And he popped him straight up in the air. Catcher Foster comes back here to field it, and he missed it. I mean, that one went a mile high up above the lights, and the catcher Foster unable to handle it. So Sam Ayers gets new life. So now the pitcher, Jared Adams, makes his way back to the mound. And Ayers steps in for a 1-2 pitch. That missed outside. Two-two delivery now from Adams. Is hit sharply in the air out toward left field, chasing it back there, and it's off the base of the wall. Ayers will stop at second with a stand-up double. So that one just missed getting out of here. But Sam Ayers hits it all the way out to the left field wall for a stand-up double. So one out in the inning, and it brings up catcher Chaz Wilson, who hit one off that same left field wall earlier. Has 2 hits on the night. And now we're going to get another meeting at the mound as the Troup County pitching coach comes out, circles the wagons with his infielders. And Coach Adam Williams will have a chat with Chaz Wilson while we wait. So it looks like the meeting on the mound has completed with the coach. Now the players head back toward their positions. It's 2-1. We're in the top of the 5th. Cass batting as the visiting team. They have 1 out in the inning. Sam Ayers just doubled into left center field. And Chaz Wilson will step in to face Jared Adams. Working now from the stretch. And he threw a fastball that's hit on the ground out towards short. Fielded there. Throws it away. He threw it away. Okay. And now on the error throw, there was an error on the play, allowing Wilson to reach. Run scores, and Cass has taken a 3-1 lead. It's an error. They're asking me here in the press box. So the ground ball out to short is thrown away. It allows Ayers to score. And Wilson moves up to second on the bad throw. And now we'll get a courtesy runner for Wilson, the catcher. That'll be Caleb Black, who takes his lead down at second. Dylan Williams steps in. Cass now up 3-1. And Williams hits a little looper out towards short. That's caught by the shortstop, Brandon Butts. So 2 down now for Sam Russell. Sam Russell, the designated hitter, again here in game 2. Oh for 2 in this one with a fly out and a ground out. Swings and misses at the first pitch from Adams. Pretty good fastball. Caleb Black, running for Chaz Wilson, takes his lead down at second. And now they're going to throw behind him, and if he hadn't bounced the throw back there, he might have had Black. Pretty good move there by Adams. They ran the shortstop Butts behind him. Comes set now and delivers to the plate outside for a ball. Count now at 1-1. Adams looks in and takes his sign, now delivers. Called strike over the outside corner. Hunter Southern would be next if Russell can reach. Adams comes set, and he struck him out. But the Colonels do come up with a run. They get that run back thanks to the Troup County error. Cass had one hit in the inning. They strand a runner. We will go to the bottom of the fifth now with your score, Cass 3, Troup County 1. So we've had a little bit of everything in this one. We've had a trick play attempt by Troup County that was foiled. We've had a bunch of squibs and bunts on the infield that resulted in base runners. We've had a attempted play at first base throw by the right fielder that got away. That actually ended up being harmless for Troup County when Hunter Southern had singled into right field. And we've had lots of discussion about where batters are standing and where base runners should be and what the count should be. Been an interesting game. 3-1, Cass leads it as we go to the bottom of the fifth. Brandon Etheridge, Cass Game 2 starter, still on the mound. Misses low with his first pitch to C.J. Tatum, the 9-hitter in the order for Troup County and the right fielder. Next pitch popped up in the air, foul. So Troup will be back to the top of the order. Butts and Adams will be the next two here in the fifth. Swing and a miss. So Etheridge ahead in the count, 1-2. Facing Tatum. And he hits a little grounder out toward third, fielded by Etheridge, and he fielded it and then threw it away. Threw it high over the first baseman, and look at him run. Tatum is going to make it easily to third, and they throw over to third, and they missed everybody. We're going to get back-to-back errors. Two different errors on the Colonels on that play. There was also a hit on the infield hit. But the Colonels commit two errors on the same play following the infield hit. So the ground ball was hitting a tough place. Etheridge really tried to do too much there as he tried to make the play, and when he did, he sailed the throw over Williams' head, and then Williams' throw went over everybody's head at third and allowed Tatum to come all the way around and score. Now there's a ball to the leadoff hitter, Butts. So Troup gets that run right back. And the Troup fans are on everybody now as the first two pitches are called balls. Swing and a miss by Butts. So the score is now 3-2. And a bunt attempt by Butts is fouled back to the screen. Pitcher Jared Adams waits on deck. Nobody out in the inning. It was just a little swinging bunt again. We've seen a bunch of those in this game. Etheridge fielded it. Probably wasn't going to get the batter Tatum anyway, but then he threw it over Dylan Williams' head out into right field. Then when Dylan Williams fielded it, he thought he had a chance at the runner going to third, and he threw it over the third baseman's head, and it ended up in a run. So it was a hit and then two different errors on the Colonels. But then Etheridge comes back to strike out Butts. So there's one out now for Etheridge's counterpart pitcher, Jared Adams. Curveball called a strike. Another square to bunt. They're going to see if he offered, and they say no. He definitely ran up the line as Wilson blocked the pitch. So Etheridge back in the windup now. Blew it by him for strike two. So the crowd that was pretty docile for game one, they're into it now on both sides. Etheridge looks in for his sign, kicks and fires, and missed outside and low for ball two. Foster waits on deck. 2-2 pitch now from Etheridge. Called strike three, fastball at the knees. So two down now. And the batter, Adams, just turned around demonstratively toward home plate. And his coach, Garner, just followed him to the dugout. I'm not sure. I don't even think the home plate umpire saw him. But the first pitch now to the next hitter, Foster, misses for a ball. Same spot, ball two. So the count's at 2-0 to the Troup County catcher. There's a fastball that missed again. So Etheridge, after getting the strikeout, now has quickly gone 3-0 to the Troup County catcher. And he missed again. So 4 straight balls after the strikeout. And it brings up the first baseman, Jacob Osley. And of course, with Foster reaching, now we'll get the courtesy runner again. Miles Cameron. Bottom of the fifth, 2 outs in the inning, a runner at first for Troup County. They trail by just 1 run now, 3-2. Game 2 of this best of 3. Troup County won game 1. Curveball by Etheridge, missed high. Osley now steps back in. Left-handed hitter. Hits it out toward right field, and that's going all the way to the wall. Look at Miles Cameron run. They're going to wave him home. And the throw missed the relay man, and the Tigers have tied it. The relay throw was bobbled, and Miles Cameron came all the way around to score. So a sharp line drive that went all the way to the gap in right center field drives in Miles Cameron, the courtesy runner for Foster. And Troup has tied it 3-3. Now we're going to get another move. Going to get a runner for Osley. That has to be a pinch runner. That's number 11, Weathers. So we're tied at 3. Fifth hit of the night in game 2 for Troup County. Cass with 2 runs in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th. Troup with 1 in the 4th, and now 2 here in the 5th. They're still batting, 2 outs in the inning. Etheridge comes set, and his first pitch to Hadley is a called strike. So we're back at square one, tied 3-3. Curveball from Etheridge stayed high. Now a 1-1 pitch is due to Hadley. And he popped it straight up. Can Wilson find it? And will it stay in play? No, it's back over the screen and lands between the screen and the press box for strike 2. The radio crew to my left talking about Hadley on that pitch before that, extending his elbow out over the plate. And that's what Coach Williams has been complaining about the entire evening. The crowding of the plate and the attempt to get hit. There's a curveball lined right at Hunter Southern. He stabbed it for out number 3. So that was hit as hard as any ball all night, but right at Hunter Southern for the 3rd out of the inning. But the Tigers tie it. Here in the bottom of the 5th. We'll move to the top of the 6th. We're tied at 3.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, 'cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away,
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Troup County pitcher Jared Adams, who started this one, will return to the mound here as we move to the top of the 6th. Cass and Troup now tied 3-3. Each team with a couple of errors now. Cass with 8 hits. Troup County with 5. Due up for the Colonels here in the top of the 6th. There's 6, 7, and 8 hitters. Hunter Southern, Alex Yoslin, and Austin Gore. Hunter Southern, Cass junior third baseman, who just made that catch of the sharp line drive down at third, steps in and hits a ground ball back up the middle, fielded by the shortstop. Throw over to first. butts to Weathers. And there's out number 1 on 1 pitch. Brings up left fielder Alex Yoslin, looking for his first hit in the series, 0 for 2 in this game with a couple of strikeouts. Swung and missed at that one. So Adams going right at him, and he hit it in the air out towards center field. Center fielder Halcomb goes back, short of the track, makes the catch, and there's out number 2. So pretty good contact there by Yoslin, but to no avail. 2 down in the inning now, and it brings up Austin Gore. Gore had a hit in game 1, 0 for 2 in this one with 2 strikeouts. First pitch, low and away. And there's a called strike at the knees. One pitch now from Jared Adams, swung on and missed. And he struck him out. So the Colonels go very quickly in the top of the, in the top of the 6th. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left. They go down on just 7 pitches. So we'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Brandon Etheridge right back out there. We're tied at 3. Well, we had a pitcher's duel in game 1 through 5 innings between Dylan Williams and Garrett McClurg before some errors, and the Troup Tigers opened it up and ended up winning 6-0 in game 1. We've got another pitcher's duel of sorts. 9 strikeouts by Jared Adams, 8 by Brandon Etheridge, and we go to the bottom of the 6th, tied at 3 here in game 2. Troup County with a win will advance to the Elite 8. They won game 1 6-0. Cass with a win would extend the series to a rubber game tomorrow night at 5:30. First pitch from Brandon Etheridge is in there for a strike. He's facing Winston Turner, who is 1 for 2 in this one. That one hit him, and that's the 4th hit batsman of the night. So that brings up Tyler Bunn, the designated hitter. Squaring to bunt, curveball taken for a strike. So Turner down at first after the hit batsman. Designated hitter Tyler Bunn steps back in, squares again, and they say that one missed for a ball. Throw over to first. Chases back Turner. But he's in there safely. And now a 1-1. Squares to bunt. Missed it. And there's strike two. So we'll see how Coach Garner of Troup plays it here. 2 strikes on his hitter. He's been trying to sacrifice the runner over with Tyler Bunn as DH. Etheridge comes set, and his 1-2 pitch to the plate missed high. Two-two delivery. Swung on and missed. Strike three. So that's strikeout number 9 for Brandon Etheridge. So both pitchers now with 9 strikeouts. Brings up Bo Halcomb, the center fielder, with 1 out. And Turner still down at first. Fastball, strike at the knees. Another fastball with the runner going is fouled away. So Turner was moving on that pitch, but he'll have to go back to first after the foul ball for strike 2. Playoff baseball on PlayOnSports.com, presented by Mountain Dew. Cass and Troup tied at 3 in game 2. Curveball bounced up there, blocked by the catcher Wilson. And the count's at 1-2. Etheridge from his set position. And it's hit back up the middle. Fielded by Ayers. Long throw to first. And he's back in time. What a play by Sam Ayers. A diving catch by Sam Ayers behind the bag at second base for the second out of the inning. And he almost doubled off Turner, who got back into first on a bang-bang play. So a beauty play by Ayers to make that catch, and he almost doubled off Turner. 2 outs now in the inning. And it's one of those times we wish we had instant replay to show you. So Dylan Williams walks in to have a short chat with his pitcher Etheridge, who now will face Tatum with 2 outs. And he bounced a fastball up there that Wilson blocked again. So the count at 1-0 to C.J. Tatum, who is 1 for 1 in this one. Fastball, strike at the knees. Tatum hit by a pitch and singled. They've had 4 batters hit by pitches. Throw over to first. Chases back Turner, but he's back easily. One pitch now. Missed low. So our count now at 2-1. Bottom of the 6th, we're tied at 3. Etheridge gets a ground ball out toward third. Southern fields and throws to first in time. There's out number 3. So we'll go to the 7th. Cass and Troup County in game 2 of this 3-game series, best of 3 series, still tied 3-3.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Playoff baseball on playonsports.com. We're in the Sweet 16 round of the Georgia High School Association Class Quad A State Playoffs. Game 2 of our doubleheader tonight. We're at Cass High School, at the Cass High School Athletic Complex in White, Georgia. Troup County won game 1 6-0. And Troup and Cass tied 3-3 here as we go to the top of the 7th. Cass will send their 9-1-2 hitters to the plate to face Jared Adams, who started and has gone all the way thus far. Chris Morton, the center fielder, will lead things off. He's 1 for 2. Struck out and singled. So we go to the 7th, tied at 3. Troup County trying to clinch the series. Cass trying to extend it. First pitch to Morton, fouled back over the screen. Morton entered the series hitting .297 on the year. Takes a fastball low and away to even the count at 1-1. In the postseason, Morton entered the series hitting .400. And there's another line drive back up the middle. Second baseman backhands, throws across, but he'll never get him. So another base hit. Nice play by the second baseman, Turner. But Morton, with good foot speed, beats that one out by a couple of steps. And a good start to the Colonels' 7th. And we're back to the top of the order, and pitcher Brandon Etheridge. Etheridge 1 for 3 on the night in this game. Couple of strikeouts and a single in between those 2 strikeouts. Bunts up the first baseline, throw over to first in time. They throw behind Morton at second, but he's back on the bag. So the sacrifice is effective. There's 1 out in the inning, and Morton has moved up to first. So the runner's down in scoring position now with 1 out, and it brings up senior shortstop Sam Ayers, who's 2 for 3 and doubled off the left field, base of the left field wall his last time up. He also has a single and a ground out. Jared Adams with some kind of hand signals to his catcher, Foster, and now they call for time. And Foster's going to go out and make sure they have their signs correct. Mountain Dew presents playoff baseball tonight. We're in game 2, tied 3-3 in the top of the 7th. Cass, the visiting team in game 2. And Ayers takes a breaking pitch that was low and away. Chaz Wilson, the catcher, another senior, waits on deck. 1 out in the inning as Morton takes his lead at second. And Ayers fouled it back over the screen. So with a runner at second, 1 out in the inning, you have what you want here. You have your 3 seniors due up in the inning. Ayers one of those at the plate now. And he hits it on the ground, and the second baseman smothered it. Throws over. What a play. What a great play there by Turner. That one looked like it was going to make its way into right field, but Turner dove on it, smothered it, and threw out Ayers. But Morton moves to third now with 2 outs. Really good play by Winston Turner there to retire Ayers. Morton moves up 90 feet. And Chaz Wilson steps in, but not before we're going to get a timeout by Coach Craig Garner. He wants to talk to his pitcher in his infield again. And with 2 open bases, it will be interesting to see how they play it. So while they meet at the mound, Coach Adam Williams steps down to talk to his senior hitter, Chaz Wilson. And Chris Morton joins them about halfway up the third base line. 2 outs in the inning now. Chris Morton 90 feet away with the potential go-ahead run. Long meeting at the mound by Coach Garner and his entire infield. And we'll see how they play it here with 2 open bases. Chaz Wilson and Dylan Williams, the next 2 scheduled hitters. So we've seen them try a trick play or 2 already. We'll see. Hard to do that on defense. We'll see what happens here. Chaz Wilson digs in to face Adams. And the first pitch missed high. So you never know what they talked about, but you would think with 2 open bases, they talked about being careful here with Wilson. And there's a fastball over the outside edge called strike. So 1-1 now to Wilson. 2 outs in the inning. Chris Morton at third. We're tied at 3. Catcher sets up way outside, and he threw it out there for ball 2. So I don't think they're even really trying to throw a strike here, but we'll see. Sets up outside again, and he bounced the curveball up there for ball 3. So we'll know for sure on this one, because if he's trying to get him, he'll come somewhere near the plate. If not, they may take their chances with Dylan Williams. Wind and delivery from Adams is hit into right field by Wilson. There's the go-ahead run. He got too much of the plate on that one, and Wilson lined it into right field, and the Colonels have taken a 4-3 lead. So I didn't know if they would even give him anything near the plate. But Wilson went with the pitch and hit it into the gap between the first and second baseman on a shot into right field, and Cass has taken a 4-3 lead. Courtesy runner for Wilson now will be Caleb Black. He takes his lead at first, and Dylan Williams digs in. And the first pitch to Williams misses outside. So 1-0 now to Dylan Williams as Adams comes set. And he missed again. So Cass now with 10 hits, but only 4 runs to show for it. They've doubled Troup in hits 10-5, but they only lead it 4-3. Next pitch to Williams. Check swing, and he fouled it up the first baseline. Williams entered the series hitting 333, and in the playoffs, 400. Next one to Williams is a strike called at the knees. So now a 2-2 count to the Cass senior first baseman in game 2. He was the losing pitcher in game 1. Only gave up 1 earned run, though, in that loss. And he just fouled that one up the right side and out of play over into the Cass bullpen. Yeah, although Williams was the game 1 loser, only 1 earned run in that game. It was the run they scored in the first. And, of course, with Cass shut out, had they played flawlessly defensively, still, they needed a run. 2-2 pitch again to Williams. Missed low. So the count has gone full now. Caleb Black down at first with a 3-2 count and 2 outs in the inning. Should be off and running. First baseman is going to play behind Black now. Pitcher comes set, and there goes Black, and it's hit on the ground past third, foul. So on the 2-out single by Chaz Wilson, the Colonels have taken a 4-3 lead here in the top of the 7th. Dylan Williams at the plate with 2 strikes, 3 balls, 2 outs in the inning. Black with his lead at first. He's off and running on the pitch, and it's called strike 3. So the Colonels manage a run on 2 hits. They leave a runner. We will go to the bottom of the 7th. Brandon Etheridge will return to the mound. Cass leads it now 4-3.
One match away from immortality.
This is a total team effort.
We're gonna come at you. One shot at this.
Con los terroristas.
Harlem Shake.
We go to the bottom of the 7th. Cass infield gathered around their junior pitcher who started and has gone all the way here in game 2, Brandon Etheridge. Cass with 4 runs on 10 hits, 2 errors. Troup County 3 runs on 5 hits, 2 errors. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Troup, the home team here in game 2, they have the top of the order up. Brandon Butts leads things off. Curveball, missed low. And he bounced that one up there as well. So maybe just a little too much adrenaline going here for Brandon Etheridge. And we're going to get a visit to the mound made by head coach Adam Williams. So the count's at 2-0, and on those first 2 pitches, Coach Adam Williams wanted to go talk to his pitcher. Chaz Wilson, the catcher, out there as well, and the home plate umpire steps out there. Butts, Adams, and Foster, 1, 2, and 3 hitters due up for Troup here in the bottom of the 7th. Cass leading it 4-3. Game 2, Troup County would clinch the series with a win. Cass would extend it to a 3rd game tomorrow if they could win. Next pitch from Etheridge, right through there, called strike. Butts fouls it off. He's 0 for 3 in this one. Ground out, reached on a fielder's choice and struck out. And now a 2-2 pitch due from Brandon Etheridge. Hit sharply into right field. That's going to be cut off by Gore, but not before. Butts will reach with a stand-up double to open the 7th. Hit that one hard on the line into right field for a double. So that's the tying run down at second with nobody out. And we're in the heart of the Troup County order now with Jared Adams at the plate. Like Butts, he's 0 for 3 in this game. Two strikeouts and a ground out to short. Etheridge spins and fakes towards second. Looks in for his sign and throws a curveball that is called a strike. So that one looked like it was well outside, but called a strike. 0-1 pitch. Bunted up the third base side, but foul. So Butts will return to second. And Adams will return to the plate. Now down 0-2 in the count. Instructions to him yelled down from the third base coaching box by head coach Craig Garner. Still looking at signs. And now an 0-2 pitch coming up from Brandon Etheridge. Butts with his lead. Curveball fouled back to the screen. So the Troup County fans and the Cass fans, many of them on their feet as we play here in the bottom of the 7th. It's been a good one. And he threw it all the way to the screen. Bounced it up there. Wilson blocked and tried to get a piece of it, but it went all the way back off Wilson's equipment to the wall up the first base side. So the wild pitch moves Butts over to third. And now the tying run's only 90 feet away with nobody out. And the pitch, this time bounce up there again. And Troup County tied it. Wilson unable to block that one. So we're tied again at 4. So the double and 2 pitches that go to the screen, and we're tied. And there's one fouled away. Still nobody out in the inning. Adams steps back in and missed low, ball 3. So the count has gone full. Troup trying to rally here to close out the series in a sweep. And he fouled that one right into the Troup dugout or off the netting in front of the dugout, scattering their players that are up on the rail. But Jared Adams will step back in for another 3-2 pitch from Brandon Etheridge. Ball 4. And now we'll get a courtesy runner and more speed for Troup as they will run for their pitcher. The courtesy runner is number 28. That's Garrett McClurg, who was the winning pitcher in game 1. Coach Adam Williams back out there to talk with his pitcher, Brandon Etheridge. So that meeting is over. Coach Craig Garner of Troup meeting with his hitter and base runner up the third base line. Now they're returning to their spots. And it brings up the catcher, Jonathan Foster. Still nobody out. Troup has tied it here, 4-4. Etheridge comes set. Curveball called a strike. We're in game 2. We're tied 4-4. Troup hitting in the bottom of the 7th. They won game 1. They could complete the series with a win here. Next pitch bounces over the shoulder of Wilson all the way to the screen. As he went down to block that one, it bounced all the way over him. So now the Tigers really have something going, and now the Colonels will intentionally walk Foster. So they put Foster on. That'll bring on the courtesy runner again, 23, Miles Cameron. But his run is meaningless because if McClurg, who stands at second, crosses the plate in this half inning, Troup County advances. And there's nobody out. First pitch is fouled off at the plate. Batter is Osley. Down in the count now, 0-1 after the foul ball. Pitch to the plate, hit him. The 5th hit batsman in this one. The home plate umpire did not have that hit batsman call. It came from the base umpire in the middle of the field. So now Coach Adam Williams wants to know why that call came from the field umpire. So we're going to have a discussion out there about this call. But the home plate umpire never indicated anything. That hit batsman call came from the base umpire. And Coach Adam Williams doesn't believe that that call could come from the infield. But it's going to stand, it appears. And Coach Adam Williams just cannot believe it. And it all comes back to all of this all night long, and really in both games, where Troup County batters have been able to hang out over the plate and get hit by pitches that maybe were strikes, but they result in hit batsmen. So the Coach Adam Williams is going to make his point. And he's just really had enough of the situation tonight. So now Troup County has loaded the bases with nobody out. And they're 90 feet away from ending this series. So the discussion continues, and Coach Adam Williams just can't believe that this home plate umpire did not have a hit batsman on that play, but the base umpire did. I believe that is his concern. So Troup County, which when I looked at the newspaper articles coming in, they had a lot of hit batsmen in their first series. They've done it again here, and they've played it to their advantage. That's at least 5 tonight. Pitch from Etheridge is a curveball that stayed high. So Dalton Hadley steps in with the bases loaded, and the pitch missed low. So now none of the pitches are strikes. So the count's at 2-0. And the next pitch is foul tipped back into the glove of Wilson. Two-one delivery, missed low and away. Ball 3. So a 3-1 count now with the bases loaded. Tie game at 4-4. Bottom of the 7th. There is ball 4. And Troup County's going to win it on a walk-off walk after all of that. So there's your ball game. Ball 4. So a very disappointing loss for the Colonels, and Coach Adam Williams still cannot understand how that call happened down there on the hit batsman and all of the hit batsmen that occurred in the game. But Troup County comes back in the bottom of the 7th to win this one by a final score of 5-4. We'll take a break, and we'll be back to wrap things up on this Colonel season right after these messages.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Thanks, man. Great run. Okay, a very disappointing way to wrap up the season. But Troup County comes back, to their credit, with a couple of runs in the bottom of the 7th, and they close out the series here in 2 games, winning the first game 6-0 and coming back to win this one 5-4 in the bottom of the 7th. Troup Cass with 2 runs in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th, and 1 in the 7th to take a 4-3 lead. Troup had a run in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, but then their 2 runs in the 7th come back to defeat the Colonels by a final score of 5-4. Brandon Etheridge is the tough luck loser on the mound. He yielded 6 hits, 5 runs, only 3 were earned. He walked 7. That's the really tough part. Struck out 8, and there were several hit batsmen over the course of the evening as well. We documented that many times. But Troup County does manage to come back and win this one by a final score of 5-4. Jared Adams was the winning pitcher. He gave up 10 hits, 4 runs, 2 earned, struck out 11, and went the distance for the victory. Troup County moves on to the Elite 8. They were a Final 4 participant last year in AAA, so they move on to the round of 8 next week. They will take on the winner of the series between Veterans and Dutchtown in the next round. So congratulations to the Troup County Tigers and Coach Craig Garner. In this second game for Troup County, Osley had 2 hits, a hit apiece for Tatum, Halcomb, Turner, and Butts. For the Colonels, Sam Ayers, Chaz Wilson, Hunter Southern, and Chris Morton all had 2 hits apiece. Dylan Williams and Brandon Etheridge each had a hit. Williams had a couple of RBI. Wilson had an RBI that put the Colonels ahead 4-3 in the 7th, but that would not hold as Troup County comes back with 2 of their own in the bottom of the 7th to win this one by a final score of 5-4. Cass drops to 18-12 on the year, but a very fine season. They finished as sub-region champions in 7 Quad A South. They were region runner-up to Northwest Whitfield for 7 Quad A, and they make it to the Sweet 16 for the first time since 2007. So congratulations to Coach Adam Williams, completing his first year as the head coach, and all of the Colonels. Tough luck and a tough final night for the 4 Cass seniors: Sam Ayers, Dylan Williams, Austin Gore, and Chaz Wilson, as they have wrapped up their playing career at Cass High School with tonight's 5-4 and 6-0 losses to the Troup County Tigers. So that will wrap things up from here. We want to thank our sponsors, Pepsi, our local Pepsi distributor, with Mountain Dew and Kickstart as our anchor product sponsors for the 2013 Cass baseball season on PlayOnSports.com. We also want to thank WYXC Radio and Liberty Tax Service for being our sponsors throughout the season. That will conclude the year for us. We hope to return this project next year, beginning with the football season. We also plan on having the baccalaureate and graduation programs on Play On for you later on in the school year as well. So we thank you for staying with us. Thank you for joining us. But the sad news tonight from Cass High School, the Colonels are eliminated from the Class Quad A 2013 playoffs. They fall in 2 straight games tonight to Troup County by scores of 6-0 and 5-4. That'll do it from here. Special thanks to Alec Barena, our cameraman, Jessica Wilson, who's been on the graphics all year long. This is Charles Wilson saying good night, and thank you for joining us for Cass Baseball on PlayOnSports.com.